Count this motherfucking money up till I can't count no more. That real talk. Now these pussy ass nigga ain't talking about nothing. I let my M's talk. Thuggin' in the G5 jet, nigga bout to have sex soon as we lift off. All these op nigga pissed off. Fat pockets on call, we in slow. Nigga, I don't need no drip check. Every day I flip check, stay fresh, I'm up the pole. No cap, make a nigga bitch wet. He put on for his set. My city, I set the boat. Swear to God, none of my ops can be posted up in one spot, cause I laid the law. Walk hard line for it right out the jaw. Rust my nigga smoking right out the jaw. Shit. Nigga ain't talking about a goddamn thing. Got 80-something thousand in my front, 2 pop shoot. Shop and play crazy, but you goddamn brain. Fresh way, snow. Yeah, first in the bitch, not a goddamn stain. Everybody holler my goddamn name. All these hoes wanna fuck for some goddamn fame. Switch on your partner, that's a goddamn shame. Just spend 100,000 on a goddamn ring. And they keep getting shot, taking goddamn pain. Say I'm up, so stay in your goddamn lane. Double bro, my verse, side of a peacoat. Just put the G5 just to get deep. I ain't running to the internet, leave it to the G code. Tellin' on yourself, nigga, trying to get a ring. Don't slap a pussy down, yeah, boom, bada bing, nigga. Baby yellow chain cost about a whole thing, nigga. Nigga, yeah, but all I know is green, nigga. For the rap shit, say all I know is fiends, nigga. Yeah. Check out my jeans, nigga. This month spent 20,000 on lean, nigga. My young nigga scheme, y'all in a DM cause I haven't wet dreams with her. Count this motherfucking money up till I can't count no more. That real talk. Now these pussy ass nigga ain't talking about nothing. I let my M's talk. Thuggin' in the G5 jet, nigga bout to have sex soon as we lift off. All these op nigga pissed off. Fat pockets on call, we in slow. Nigga, I don't need no drip check. Every day I flip check, stay fresh, I'm up the pole. No cap, make a nigga bitch wet. He put on for his set. My city, I set the boat. Swear to God, none of my ops can be posted up in one spot, cause I laid the law. Walk hard line for it right out the jaw. Rust my nigga smoking right out the jaw.
Keep it too. Fuck nigga Richie Doon. I pull it with pinks and blues. Neck be dancing, spend 5 racks on my shoes. My bitch big B's and choose. Ice too lit. Ride around pipe and bend. Lil' Wood push V's and coops. Off dog shit records. Niggas no dog be flick. Got rich off ease and food. Don't fuck with them niggas. I press go when it's up. Turn up on every one of them niggas. Straight out the pot. Whipping that shit to the lock. Tell the hoe get the fuck on my kiss. 28 on my range. I want cash for fame. We gang. We ain't playing no games. Burning up lanes. Spent 30 racks on my ring. Me and cuz go chain for chain. I found me 9. The club ain't pat me down. Ice rolling but side to side. These hoes be thoughts. And they niggas be cops. Do singing like Brian McKnight. Count 3 million. All in 10s and 5s. Look back when I find the time. Real street niggas. You ain't got check you line. Ice bright might blind my eyes.
Count this motherfucking money up till I can't count no more. That real talk. Now these pussy ass nigga ain't talking about nothing. I let my M's talk. Thuggin' in the G5 jet, nigga bout to have sex soon as we lift off. All these op nigga pissed off. Fat pockets on call, we in slow. Nigga, I don't need no drip check. Every day I flip check, stay fresh, I'm up the pole. No cap, make a nigga bitch wet. He put on for his set. My city, I set the boat. Swear to God, none of my ops can be posted up in one spot, cause I laid the law. Walk hard line for it right out the jaw. Rust my nigga smoking right out the jaw.
Yeah. Shout out to TMKC, sponsor of yesterday's show.
Count this motherfucking money up till I can't count no more. That real talk. Now these pussy ass nigga ain't talking about nothing. I let my M's talk. Thuggin' in the G5 jet, nigga bout to have sex soon as we lift off. All these op nigga pissed off. Fat pockets on call, we in slow. Nigga, I don't need no drip check. Every day I flip check, stay fresh, I'm up the pole. No cap, make a nigga bitch wet. He put on for his set. My city, I set the boat. Swear to God, none of my ops can be posted up in one spot, cause I laid the law. Walk hard line for it right out the jaw. Rust my nigga smoking right out the jaw. Shit. Nigga ain't talking about a goddamn thing. Got 80-something thousand in my front, 2 pop shoot. Shop and play crazy, but you goddamn brain. Fresh way, snow. Yeah, first in the bitch, not a goddamn stain. Everybody holler my goddamn name. All these hoes wanna fuck for some goddamn fame. Switch on your partner, that's a goddamn shame. Just spend 100,000 on a goddamn ring. And they keep getting shot, taking goddamn pain. Say I'm up, so stay in your goddamn lane. Double bro, my verse, side of a peacoat. Just put the G5 just to get deep. I ain't running to the internet, leave it to the G code. Tellin' on yourself, nigga, trying to get a ring. Don't slap a pussy down, yeah, boom, bada bing, nigga. Baby yellow chain cost about a whole thing, nigga. Nigga, yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, shout out to TMKC, sponsor of yesterday's show. Salute. Hey, Shotty, I know that your name is ringing in these internet streets right now, and I don't know what's true and I don't know what's not true at the same time. Your homie rock with you. You my peoples. I show people love that show love to me, and you've always shown love. So I don't want y'all to bring none of that shit over here. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want y'all to bring none of that shit over there. I'm cool with everybody. Unless and until you bring some bullshit to me. So shout out to TMKC. Salute to her. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit y'all got going on. So don't be trying to include me. Don't be trying to include me. I show love to those who show love to me. That's how we get down over here. We spread love. It's the Brooklyn way. Except for these niggas right here. We spread love. It's the Brooklyn way. Yeah. Yo, we're going to get into it. Today is Pander Bear Paradox. It's the Pander Bear Paradox, right? Teaching manhood while mimicking momhood, only seeing mom run shit. You've only seen your mama run shit. It's the Pander Bear Paradox. Daddy issues? Nah. Society issues. How a role model, how are you a role model with no male models? How you a role model with no male models? Everybody want to be a real man. Real love, I'm searching for a real. But your blueprint came out of a woman's magazine. And grandma's advice. Where's the masculinity mentorship? Where's the masculinity mentorship? Where is it? Where is it? Where'd you get it from? Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Where you going? Do you know? The Pander Bear Paradox. How are you out here teaching masculinity? Well, let me give this disclaimer first, because I know a lot of us in our so-called community were raised by our moms, right? Shout out to the wonderful moms. Shout out to those good moms, those moms that hold it down, those moms that take care of their business, those moms that put their children first and have their children's best interests at heart. Shout out to all those moms. Like my mama. Now, my mama was married twice. My mama kept us with a dad. Are you my daddy? She kept a daddy. She kept a daddy for us. Shout out to my mom. But yo, at the end of the day, shout out to the moms that work hard, that are grinding, that doing what they have to do. Now, if you're a mom that kicked your man out your life for no good reason, hold on real quick. I gotta take this call. Give me 1 quick second, y'all. Give me 1 quick second. Tell a friend to come on.
Hello. How you doing on this beautiful day? I'm always my way through it, and I hope you do the same. When positivity is setting the stage, laughing at my troubles, blowing clouds away. Nothing can go wrong, and I can guarantee it, 'cause I'm feeling good today. It's gotta be the moment I've been waiting for. A chance when in a minute, and if I let it go, I will be a fool. I feel it in my bones, so I'ma ride it till the wheels fall off. It's gotta be the moment I've been waiting for. A chance when in a minute, and if I let it go, I will be a fool. I feel it in my bones, so I'ma ride it till the wheels fall off. So many people wanna take the easy road, and I don't like them if they're trying, 'cause at least they have a goal. A goal is gonna get you off the corner if you want it, anywhere you want to go. I know, 'cause I got mine. It's time to shine. I got my foot on the gas. Let's go. It's gotta be the moment I've been waiting for. A chance when in a minute, and if I let it go, I will be a fool. I feel it in my bones, so I'ma ride it till the wheels fall off. It's gotta be the moment I've been waiting for. A chance when in a minute, and if I let it go, I will be a fool. I feel it in my bones, so I'ma ride it till the wheels fall off.
Yo, my fault, y'all. Yo, my fault. I had that call. I had to take that call. But yo, so it's amazing to me. Listen. This is not a dig or a dig on women at all, for the most part, right? This is not about women, right? This is about particularly two dudes in specific and in particular. At the same time, besides that, this is about how are you teaching masculinity or manhood and you're mimicking mommyhood? Like, how is that possible? How is that possible? You mimicking mamahood. You mimicking mamahood. So how can you possibly be trying to teach or trying to be the standard for manhood? Leading men without even meeting men. The new masculinity paradise. How you going to build skyscrapers with no foundation? Manhood requires men. Full stop. Manhood requires men. Full stop. How you going to teach masculinity when you ain't have no man in your household? Like, listen, you could be a man and you could even be a good man. It's going to take a lot of work. At the same time, you are in no position to try to put yourself or hold yourself at the standard of masculinity, because most of the shit that you do is not masculine. Most of the shit that you do is not masculine. We're going to get into all that in a minute. Shout out to my guy, Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. What up, though? Make sure y'all subscribe to Kojak 313 Gaming in the building. All my other brothers. Peace, Avi Wardy. Peace. Truism, the Storm Crow is in the building. What's going on? Hey, Reese, how you doing? Good to see you. What's up, Raj? Will, salute. Smitty from Smitty's Corner. What's good? Yo, what's good? Hey, Trees, how you doing, sis? Good to see you always. Enjoy the musical stylings of Queen Sanaa. Yeah, till the wheels fall off. Hey, Cassandra Brown, how you doing? Look, y'all trying to read my list. That's why I hit y'all with the Braun. Y'all couldn't read nothing. Peace, power, and prosperity, Izzy Bands. Moderators in chat. Shout out to 183307. Salute to my sister. That's the dopest greeting. And YouTube, the second dopest greeting. Well, no, that's the second, because Von Bryant got a dope greeting too. So shout out to you. And shout out to Von Bryant. You know what I'm saying? With two of the dopest greetings in YouTube. Okay? Shout out to that. I appreciate that. Let me make sure I got Romello 747. Is looking like a Timu. I don't look nothing like LL Cool J. Shout out to him. I'm bad. Who J? I'm bad. Yo, shout out to you, Romello 747. Are we talking about the male bish again, bro? No, what we gotta address. Bishop. We cut it off early yesterday. We gotta get into part 2, man. But we not really talking about them per se. We're talking about how a lot of these guys who try to make it seem like they are the pattern of masculinity, but they're really mimicking mommyhood. They're trying to make it seem like they are the prototypical manhood warriors, but they're mimicking mamahood. So we're going to talk about that. That's what we're really talking about. All hell, King Kojak the Great. Yo, what up, TB Trucking? Appreciate you, bro. Y'all be like TB Trucking. I like the way you do business, family. And help us reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. We got time today. Yeah. Yo, thank you very much, my guy, TB Truck. Appreciate you.
God damn it, I like the way you do business.
It don't matter what the situation, I'm just tryna climb any obstacle a nigga facing. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace it. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. Just grinding the rest
appreciate you, TV Trucker. Shout out to my guy, Romello 747 Bangkok coming through, sponsoring early. Yo, with the 10 gifted membership. If you get a membership from Romello 747 Bangkok, make sure you thank him. Make sure you thank him and make sure you keep up your memberships because memberships have its privileges. This is where I showed you that my eyes don't go like this. You know what I'm saying? And I brought my homegirls up here. I brought like two of my homegirls, maybe one and a half, two of my homegirls up here. You know what I'm saying? So on the members only joint. So make sure y'all check out the members only. That's where the exclusives come. The exclusives, they come on the members only. So make sure you get your membership, you keep your membership, and thank my guy, Romello 747 Bangkok. Membership has its privileges. Y'all, appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
God damn it, I like the way you do business.
I got money.
Yo, appreciate you, Romello 747 Bangkok. Thank you very much. Y'all be like my people's Romello 747. Support the show, support the stream. You know what I mean? Really appreciate it because of Romello 747. And also, yo, shout out to my peoples coming through. God and Lantern, where you been? Assalamu alaikum, brother. Where you been? Good to see you, man. God and Lantern in the building. I was pondering on where my brother been the other day. I pray all is well with you, man. Good to see you. Facts. Been around enough OGs growing up to know how they move with one another versus how my and later generations use what Momma taught them into new age man energy. Yo, shout out to you, Graham. That's a fact. We're going to get into that as well. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Make money, make money. When shit hit the fan, we'll take money.
Because of my brothers, Romello 747, my guy TV Trucker, and my brother God in Lantern, we only need I think 18 more people, at least $5 a piece to reach our goal. Help us reach our goal today. We just need 18 more people, at least $5 a piece. Support the show, support the stream. You know what I mean? Dope discussions deserve dope donations, compensation for the conversation. Let's do good business. Yo, to my guy, God in Lantern's point, men leading from Mama's manual is why the blueprint is broken. Mama raised you, sure. Your mama raised you. I mean, you can't help that. And that's a good woman. That's what, if a woman don't have a man in the house, that's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to raise you up. She's supposed to teach you right. She's supposed to do right by you. But are you a man leading or just mama's echo in a deeper voice? Are you a man leading or just mama's echo or echo chamber in just a deeper voice? That's what I want to know. Manhood without men is like a gym without weights. Just don't make no sense. It just don't make no sense. We can get a shout out to my God, Bishop J. Man, we got you. Yo, preach echo. Shout out to Robert Williams. Yo, thank you, brother. Thank you, Bishop J. Man. I appreciate you. I'll be like Bishop J. Man and my other brothers and support the show, support the stream. You know what I mean?
Thanks, man.
Facts.
I'm on my grind to get this money. I can't stop until I'm filthy. With the wood, the people, Zebo like the rock, I drop. I ain't no trapper, I'm a hustler.
Yes, sir. Because my guy Bishop J. Man, we only need 17 more people. 17 more people, at least $5 a piece. OG Sigma, what's up? You're a pawn in the government, and women know it. Yep. Omega Dress Gaming, that's a fact. They pawns in the game. And it's crazy, but we gotta get into all that. Hey, we gotta get into all that. Make sure y'all, hey, Dr. Quantum, what's going on? Salute the Audacity Show. What's up, family? Make sure y'all tune in to my guy, the Audacity Show, man. My guy, Cajun Darfire. I spoke to my mans and them number one, Emperor Coat, number one in the bill. What up, Lord ADS? What's going on, family? What's the deal? Yo, if y'all want to make sure that your comments get highlighted and read, do so through the super chat or through the Cash App, because we got a lot to cover. We got a lot to cover today. All right. We got a lot to cover. And this is definitely a panel show. I'm gonna open up the panel. I want to hear what y'all gotta say. I want to hear y'all opinions. All right. So we can get in because there's a lot going on. Yo, from anywhere from anywhere to the Russell Wilson situation, from the drama going on in space. Now, y'all know how I do. I really don't want to dive into stuff that has nothing to do with me. Y'all know that. Like if I'm talking about a celebrity or celebrity news, so to speak, is to illustrate a bigger point and to try to, you know what I'm saying, entertain and plus educate through the celebrities. When it comes to drama in our space that has nothing to do with me, y'all know I stay out of it. I don't have nothing to do with none of that shit, because I've been lied on before quite a couple of times. I've been lied on before. I've been misconstrued. Now let me say this. I do want to say one thing. You know, I'm gonna stay out of it, but I do want to say one thing. Shout out to my man Omni etc. said, a generation of men raised to do no more than listen and take direction from the same demographic that requires them to lead. Woo! Bars. And listen, let me say this. I got to give this disclaimer. Bars. Raised by women, praised by women is what we see. But can you lead men? Raised by women, praised by women. We know, like sort of like this.
Shake it, honey, shake it! Oh yeah, like a pony, I'm a pony, I'm a pony! Don't you feel like a pony? Don't you feel like a pony when you sweat, baby?
That nigga feel like a pony. That nigga wants a pony. Yo, manhood isn't validated by your mama or your mama's hugs. Manhood isn't validated by women at all. Women don't get to validate manhood. Manhood is validated by other men. So I find it hilarious. When you got multiple men calling other men, that the same man a bitch. I'm just saying, manhood isn't validated by women. Manhood is validated by other men. Men know what the deal is. And see, it's amazing that will be twisted up and that will be manipulated and that will be obfuscated to make it seem as if, yo, these are lovers or men. Like, nigga, what? Like, what? These are lovers of men because they're able to be around men and the men celebrate them.
Nigga, what? You lost your rabbit ass mind.
No, it's that we're men among men. see, it's easy to be this nigga here. It's easy to be this nigga.
Come on! That's right, shake it, honey, shake it! Oh yeah, like a pony, I'm a pony, I'm a pony! Don't you feel like a pony? Don't you feel like a pony when you sweat? Favorite exercise!
It's easy to be that person, right? Looking for coochie coupons, looking for Scooby snacks, looking for the validation of women, because generally the woman, there's a lot more women than men, right? So when you sit there and you get into the McDonald's, like I said yesterday, when you're doing McDonald's meals, you're going to get over 1 billion sold. You're going to sell lots of McDonald's meals. You're going to sell lots of Happy Meals. But then when we talk about quality, when we talk about essence, when we talk about substance, it's not going to have no substance. It's not going to have no nutrients. It's not going to have no minerals. It's not going to have anything that's going to be able to help you grow and help you build. See, this is the problem. Y'all are man light. And you're espousing ideologies and philosophies that are women's ideologies and philosophies, that are from the women's magazine, that are from the women's viewpoint. And that's why in Blueprint, that's why these women are celebrating you, cheering you on. Yeah, he's our hero, because you're saying exactly what they think, because you got it from your mama. You got it from your mama. You saying exactly what these women think and exactly what these women feel, because you got it from your mama. Now, my nigga 50 said, I'm a lie, man. I really don't care. I tell these 3 or 4s whatever they want to hear. So we know that the fake, the phony, the panderer, the most dangerous dude is the dude that's going to tell you whatever you want to hear, knowing that's what you want to hear, but it's no good for you. It's like a parent that feeds their child McDonald's every single day. Yo, you don't love your child. You ain't give that baby no vitamins. You ain't give that baby no minerals. You ain't give that baby, yo, the good food don't taste that great. The good food don't taste that great sometimes. Yo, the things that's the best for you is sometimes the most bitter and the most... The things that's the best for you, the things that are the things that's going to help you grow, that's going to help you be healthy, that's going to help you be able to sustain and live. Those are the challenging things. Those are the harder things. Those are the things that don't feel good. But a lot of times, the comfort food, the stuff that is quick, the stuff that's easy, that gratifies you in the moment, but it destroys you over time, right? I don't need the validation of women, but some Negroes, just say some Negroes, not some of you, because I don't need the validation of women. Some Negroes need the validation of women. I don't need the validation of women, my brother. Shout out to Robert W. said, my father gave me the validation, but it was after he saw I could maintain my own family or household. That's a fact. Manhood is never validated by women. F out of here. It's not. It's not. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. An emotional person is easy to manipulate. Bars. That's a bar right there. Yo, thank you very, very much. Appreciate you, my man. Bishop JJ, man, doubling up. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, man.
More for the money. Too many haters. Straight for the homies that be getting that paper. Got money in the pots, money in the wall. Club packed out, everybody on the floor. Got bottles all day. Patron is a rock. Rose, whole cake, bottom whole spots. We go hard. We going in. It's no problem.
A lot of these dudes grew up with their mama and their grandmama, right? And shout out to your mamas and your grandmas. It's not a dig, but we know, especially back in the day, my Nana did too. My Nana used to watch soap operas, man, God rest her soul. So a lot of you niggas think y'all Victor Newman. Too many men are parroting drama, not principles. These are the parroters of drama. They point the finger, they try to do like, they point the finger and there's 3 fingers and a thumb pointing back at, even when you do like this, son. Even when you do like this, you're pointing the finger and try to put the attention on everybody else but yourself. You're pedestalizing yourself and you're making it seem like you're so much better than everybody else, when in reality, it's nowhere close. Because really, the only male figures you've seen is on TV. The only male role models you have or you've seen don't come from your real life. They come from TV. They come from sitcoms and soap operas and dramas. Victor was a vampire. I don't even remember that shit. See, yo, y'all don't. I don't even know the name. I ain't watched that shit. I used to go upstairs, nigga. I used to go upstairs. I used to love to be around my nana. My nana lived downstairs. I used to love to be about my nana. But when she turned on that soap opera shit, I was like, Nana, I'm gonna go upstairs. You need something from the store, Nana? You need me to go wash some clothes, Nana? What you need me to do? Because I'm not gonna sit up here and watch no stories. I ain't watching no stories. I ain't watching no stories. Child, like a damn hyena. Like a damn hyena, a cackling hen. Shout out to Bishop J. Jermaine $5. This is why black women like guys, like, yeah, them more than straight dudes, LOL. They used to usurping. It's real. It's real. Yo, thinking of Bishop J. Jermaine for the triple up, because I'm gonna celebrate everybody else, everybody at the end. Because of Bishop J. Jermaine, unless you take Romello 747 spot, who he sponsored the show with $50. All right. So because of my man Bishop J. Jermaine triple up, we only need 15 more people, at least $5 a piece. So when you gift the membership, I count those memberships as $5 a piece. So shout out to that. I got an ass whipping because I was watching Woody Woodpecker. I turned the TV. Yeah, you better not turn the TV while your nana watching them stories, fam. While your grandma watching them stories, you better not touch your grandma TV. she would, your grandma would tear that ass. Yo, and I found that out early, so I ain't never get no spanking from my grandma. I just excuse myself. I found a way to go and go somewhere else, because her stories was coming on. Her stories was coming on every day from like 2 o'clock. I knew what time it was. The stories that she liked came on every day from like 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So I knew what from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, I had a plan. All right. I had a plan. This is the summertime, of course. Both my parents were working. You know what I'm saying? My dad was working, my mom was working, so our nana would watch us. And she lived downstairs from us. We lived in a house in Brooklyn that had a upstairs house apartment. It had a downstairs apartment, and then it had a basement. But we lived upstairs. My nana lived downstairs, and the basement was open for most of the time. And then my cousin ended up living in the basement for a while before they moved. Right. So with that said, it was a trip. I love my nana. I love to be around my nana, right? It's my grandma. I loved her, right? And at the same time, I wasn't watching those stories. I had a plan. Now, sometimes I wasn't able to execute said plan. I still watch that shit, though. Bishop said, I can admit it. I watched The Young and the Restless in the night. Oh, Lord. Said facts. Yeah, you can't talk. You better not talk during the stories. Shout out to you. Always good to see you. You better not talk during them stories. You better hush your mouth when them stories is on. Matter of fact, how you gonna got no that? You better hush your mouth when them stories is on. You better not say nothing. You don't ask no questions. Don't ask no questions. Don't say nothing. Okay? Don't say nothing. Yo, and my grandma always had the TV on channel 10. This is why I hate Star Trek. Yo, you crazy. I love Star Trek. But listen, my nana, it would go from 2 to 4, and then 4 o'clock, Oprah would come on back in the day, and then be Oprah. I was like, hell no, I ain't like none of that shit. But by the time Oprah come on, my dad or my mom was about to come home. So I was like, hell, me too. Mr. Victor Newman was the man. See? Y'all better stop getting y'all idea of masculinity from these TV shows, right? Yo, how you a father figure when you never had a father figure? How are you a father figure when you never had a father figure in real life? How is that even possible? It's the blind leading the blind. How ironic. They try to say I'm blind. It's the blind leading the blind. Calling it leadership. Real manhood requires real transmission, meaning men to men. They used to have what was called the rites of passage. They used to have what was called the initiation into manhood. And when I talk about y'all hear me a lot of times, I say if you're not initiated, right? And what I'm speaking about is I'm speaking about really masculinity. When I say the uninitiated, I'm speaking about masculinity, right? That's what I'm really talking about. And you can't learn masculinity from a distance. It's something that you have to be like, yo, you got to take a young man by the hand and explain this thing to the young man. My son, yo, so last night, me and my son is he's a beautiful soul, right? But he's about to be 13. He's essentially 13 years old. So he's still because he's the only child, he still got baby tendencies. So he want to sit and hold my hand. I'm like, nah, man, you can't. Don't hold my hand, boy. Don't hold my hand, boy. Get off me. No, you don't sit and hold no man hand sitting down watching a movie. Like, no, we ain't doing that. No. And I'm so grateful because like the times that we're on the way to school, or the times that we're on the way from school, or the times that we spend together, it's the indoctrination into manhood in a manhood mindset that helps him to be able to develop, because he's going to get the love and the care and the nurturing and the babying from his mama. He's going to get that from his mama because that's her only child. And it only makes sense. He doesn't get that from her, but he needs the structure, the discipline, and the actual manifestation from his father. So I asked him. See, one thing my son knows about me, he told y'all this. He was up here before. I don't let y'all see him, but y'all have heard little Izzy before. And he told you, he said, one thing about my dad is my dad don't believe in lying. My dad believed that you must operate with honor and integrity. Am I lying, y'all? Those are the Israelite nation that was here with little Izzy. Am I lying? Am I lying about that? Or has everybody who's come up here, who know me, have they always said that about me? My two homegirls that came up here, my two homeboys that's been up here, including Angry Man and my son. Y'all know. So yo, this whole idea and this whole ideology, like, yo, Izzy be making up, Izzy living a lie, Izzy making up this, Izzy making up that. Nah, son. Nah, son. Look, speaking of this little guy right now, let me see what he's talking about. Hold on real quick. Hello? What's up, son? I'm well, and yourself? How you doing, man? What's going on with you? What you want? To what? Oh, the basketball 2K26, the basketball game? Oh, is it? It usually comes out in November. But yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's probably talking about pre-order, because usually the new 2K don't come out until November, like the end of October, the beginning of November. What's that, man? Why you say it looks worse than 2K? Why you say it looks worse than 2K23? What you talking about?
I said 2K25.
Oh, why does it look worse than 2K25?
Because I was looking at my Switch, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I seen where it had 2K26 was out. So when I clicked on it, it showed like the in-game footage. The graphics look worse.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
On the Switch or on the what? On the Switch or for the PlayStation?
I think it's for all.
Oh, for real?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the one. They got Carmelo Anthony on the cover, though, right?
Yeah, the one in the blue.
Yeah, Carmelo. That's his name is Carmelo Anthony, like the basketball player, not the guy from Texas. But yeah, but I'm streaming right now. But let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question real fast, right?
Yes,
Since
sir.
you called, I was just talking about you. Did you know that?
No, sir, I didn't.
Because you can't watch my show. But I was just talking about you though. I was just talking about you.
What'd you say?
Nah, so I was saying that you know what I'm saying, even when you came on my show, one of the things that you said about your dad is your dad don't believe in lying.
Oh yeah.
So talk about that real fast.
You said you want me to talk about that?
Yeah, talk about that real fast. Do you what do I think about lying, or what do I teach you about character and integrity and lying?
You say that it's not good to lie, because if you lie, it's hard for the people who want to help you, and that there's no point in doing it, and it's better to come out with the truth than with the lie.
No doubt. So what about me? Am I a hypocrite? Do I be lying, or do I keep it real? Do I tell the truth even when it's not something that's gonna even if it's something that's gonna hurt me? Do I tell the truth or do I lie?
You tell the truth.
What's something else that you learned from your dad?
That you try to work hard, and that you even if you don't want to go up every day, or even though that you want to sleep in, you still go to work, and try to do as much responsibilities as possible.
Cool beans. What else have you learned? What else have you learned from your dad?
You try to make the best financial decision as possible.
I try to make the best financial decision possible.
Yes, sir.
Your dad don't get no money. Your dad never got no money. So did I have more money before I came to YouTube, or did I have more money after I came to YouTube?
You had more money before.
How much more money did I have before I came to YouTube?
Probably like hundreds of thousands more.
Yo, well, don't tell the amount, did you? I didn't think you was gonna tell the amount. I didn't think you was gonna tell the amount. You are hot. You hot. I didn't think you was gonna tell the amount. I thought you was gonna just say a lot more. But I love you, man. I'll talk to you a little bit later. We'll talk about the we'll talk about the 2K later. All right. All right. Talk to you later. Yeah. And it's crazy, right? It's crazy. Now I didn't think he was gonna say that. I didn't think he was gonna say no dollar amount. Usually he'd be like, Dad, you had way more money before you came to YouTube. That's usually what he say. He always mess with me about that. He like, Dad, you had way more money before you came to YouTube. That's what he usually says to me. That's what he usually says to me. I didn't think he was gonna say a dollar amount. I swear. I didn't know he was gonna call me. So thank you, Chakra Love. I do try. Thank you, Chakra Love. I do try. Yo, he wants to spend. Of course he wants to spend my bread. He always try to hit me up. But I mean, that's what he's supposed to do. He's a kid. Thank you very much, Jay Lewis. Shout out to Jay Lewis. But yo, it's ironic. What's up, Boris the Beast? It's Boris the Beast. It's ironic that he called right as I was talking to him. He ain't able to watch my show. I tell his mom to not let him watch my show. So I did, and as you see, he was calling me about some 2K. He want the 2K game. Even though he's saying that it's not the good graphics, that's what he want. He want that 2K26. What up, though, little Izzy? You stay in them books, little man. Stay away from the skirts. Yeah, no doubt. Okay, Izzy got me with his son. He said, yes, sir. I love it. Oh, yeah. You know, we it's respect. It's respect. And see, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, people would try to get you to believe that I'm some misogynist man and I hate women. No, I love women. That's why I tell them the truth. I love my sisters in particular. That's why I call things like I see it. I love my brothers as well. That's why I call things like I see it. Either way. But let's get to it. My man, Romelo 747 Bank, I appreciate it. I was raised with great-grandparents. Shout out to that. Grandparents, uncles, and aunties learning the sociology and psychology of people before it was a college elective. Yo, shout out to that, man. Salute to your elders, to your ancestors. That's a beautiful thing. I for a little while, my great-grandfather was in my life on my mama's side. Shout out to my great-grandpa Anthony. Shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? But he lived far away from us. We was in New York and he was in North Carolina at the time. He came a couple of times to visit us. We came a couple of times to visit him. Shout out to my grandpa Anthony. Smooth dude. Smooth. He's smooth. This player. He was a player. Shout out to my great grandpa Anthony. Salute.
God damn it, I like the way you do bit.
It don't matter what the situation, I'm just tryna climb any obstacle a nigga facing. See it through in due time. It's a marathon, you gotta pace it. You can't press rewind, you get left behind. Just grind and the rest be fine. No matter what the situation.
Yo, that's for everybody that supported Sephora and my man Romelo 747 that's now sponsored the show with $60. I appreciate you. We just need 14 more people, at least $5 a piece because of Romelo 747 band card. Let me find the picture of my grandpa real quick. Oh, there Shmoove go. There goes Shmoove. I don't know if you can tell by his eyes. Shmoove was Shmoove, right? Shmoove was Shmoove. And this is my grandpa Anthony. My great-grandfather Anthony, not my grandpa, my great-grandfather Anthony. Money had the light bluish green eyes. That's, you know what I'm saying? Brown skinned brother with light, you know what I'm saying, light bluish green. You know he was killing. You know he was doing his thing. So shout out to my great-grandpa Anthony. You could probably tell a little bit that he got something going on with his eyes. Shout out to him, man. Smooth beat. Smooth beat. This is my man. All right, may he rest in peace. But yeah, like it's amazing, right? It's amazing that you would have. Look, come on, Yale. Don't come up in here with this. We ain't talking about Bama doesn't need some milk. Come on, man. You ain't got the. I ain't even thinking about football season no more. When's basketball season? I don't even want to talk about it. Shout out to my guy, Trucker Yell. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Because of Trucker Yell, we only need 13 more people, at least $5 a piece. Y'all support the show, support you. I'm about to open up the panel in a moment. But people would lead you to believe he got the old school. Yeah, my son definitely do. People would lead you. What's up? What's up, son? Think about what El Nick said. Yo, that thumbnail in NY or NY violence, fam. It's NY on NY violence. I think it's trying to say. Thank you. Something to think about with it. No, but listen, this is the problem, though, El. Thank you, family. The problem is that these dudes try to paint. They don't know how to just disagree with a point, right? They don't know how to just disagree with something that somebody says, right? They gotta try to make it seem like because we disagree or because we don't see it the same way that everybody else got to be a lover of man. everybody else got to be some suspect thing. Everybody else got to be this or that, right? They don't know how to just be like, yo, I see it this way, he sees it that way, it's okay. No, they got to try to cluster and try to make it seem like, yo, oh, these red pill incel manosphere men, these men brothers, I know the brother say that he's not red pill incel or manosphere, but he's a LOM. He's a LOM. He's a lover of men. See, he loves the men's is like I do. See, I could tell the lover of men when I see one because he loves the men's like me. You know, it's like what? Like, bro. See, first of all, let's get into it, man. We need 14 more people at least follow. Please, y'all support the show. I'm about to open up the panel shortly, though. You know the crazy thing, right? Make sure y'all support the show, support the stream. You know what I mean? Depending on how you was raised, and I thought about this last night. A lot of my ideology is not misogynistic. A lot of my ideology is Islamic. Let me say that again. A lot of my ideology and philosophy is not misogynistic. A lot of my ideology and philosophy is Islamic. Because I was raised by my father as a Muslim, my father and my mother, because I was raised as a Muslim when I was young, then I have a lot of ideology of a Muslim, of a person that practices Islam. And anybody that knows about Islam, you would know that, yo, it's not necessarily that it's male-centered. It is really structured to protect women and children. It is really structured to protect people from themselves and from their own nature. So it is very restrictive, right? And so because of that, a man wouldn't come to his sister, his mother, his aunties or anything with that type of deal. A man would deal with the man that was hurting his sister, that was hurting his mother, that was hurting his cousin or whatever the case may be. That's in Islamic ways, the man would deal with the men. And he would deal with the men in a very, you know what I'm saying, in a way that dude would understand that's not something that he probably would want to do anymore. Right? What's up, Andrew Taylor? What's going on, man? So the idea that dude is trying to make it seem like, yo, JD, what's up, man? What's going on, man? Good to see you, JD, 1975. The idea that dude is trying to make it seem like, yo, Brownsville, yo, I'm not afraid to converse with you. I will drop the link right now. I'm not going to converse with you over there. I will drop the link right now if you want the link. Just say the word. Just say the word, and I will drop the link. Say the word. I will drop the link for you before I you know, y'all are always welcome to come up here, bro. Y'all are all, especially if you're in the thumbnail, you are always welcome to come up here. Just say the word, drop the link. The link is going to be dropped right now, just for Brownsville. This link is just for Brownsville or Sharon or Brownsville and Sharon. Nobody else right now. I'll open up the panel to everybody else later. Go ahead, Brownsville. The link is in the chat. This is just for you. I'm going to pin it. Damn, I should have did that a different way, but it's all good. This link is just for Brownsville. This link is just for Brownsville. So, no, hey, listen, and yo, the bounty is gonna be suspended for a little while. The bounty is gonna be suspended for a little while. So I could give the brother a chance to say what he gotta say. I'm gonna say what I gotta say first because they was talking a lot of junk yesterday. So, but we don't mind having the conversation over here, bro. We don't mind having the conversation. The link is pinned, Brownsville. So you could come up. No bounty for right now. No bounty for right now. Do not. Nobody. If you give me money, I'm keeping it, y'all. But I'm not gonna kick them down. I'm just letting y'all know. If you give me money right now, I'm gonna keep it because I could use it and I work hard for it. I appreciate it. but I'm not going to kick him down if he come up. All right, not right now. All right, now I'm not saying this is for the whole time because I don't want to get because he might get on my nerves. I'll give him at least an hour and a half. I'm gonna give Brownsville. Listen, this is my word. I'm gonna give Brownsville at least an hour and a half. At least an hour and a half with no bounty. Now we'll see what happens after that. All right. Shout out to Brown. Yo, my man don't like that. What's up, Bishop? Yo, what's up, Petty Pretty Guys? What's up, Brownsville? What's going on, man? How you doing? You there? I can't. If you're talking, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can you
Peace.
hear me? Am I coming through clearly?
Give me one express what I have to say to your face first, and then I'm allow you to respond. Is that fair enough?
Go ahead, my brother.
All right. So shout out to Imperco. He said, nah, 90 minutes too damn long. Izzy 20 minutes. Nah, come on, man. I'm gonna give a brother at least an hour if he wants it. It sounds like he out with his family, so he might not have that long anyway. Yo, so real quick, man. My thing is this, and this is the issue that I have with you all. Right?
No. Hold on 1 second. So I'm out. I do so Saturdays I do AAU football. So they hire me to make sure the AAU football games, go safely how they supposed to go. So that's where I'm at right now.
Cool. I got you. No problem. If you got a dip, it's cool. No problem. I got you. Let me just tell you real quick to your face, because I don't believe in saying nothing that I don't say to people's face. That's just my rule. All right. That's how I live. So this is the thing. The problem that I have, number one, is that the fact that when you ask me a question directly and I give you an answer, you twist the answer to make it seem as if I'm against women and I'm not. That's one problem I have. The second problem I have is that first the way I first got on your radar is you mislabeled me. You called me a rim brother. You said I was red pill in incel or manosphere, and I'm not none of those, right? So that was the first problem I had. Then secondly, when I tried to tell you, let me mute you real quick until you're ready to talk. Give me one second. When I tried to tell you where I'm coming from and the mindset and the ideology I have and what I'm trying to bring to the table, you try to twist it and make it seem like I'm against women, and I'm absolutely not, right? So yesterday when y'all did y'all thing, and I did my thing first, y'all did y'all thing, y'all was talking about the Thursday show, Tough Talk Thursday. Shout out to Sharon, shout out to DJ Witch Doctor, shout out to Lauren, and shout out to Rogue C. When y'all was talking about Tough Talk Thursday, you were saying that you was disappointed that I was going to deal with the men and not go to the women, and then you use that to say that I'm a lover of men, which is ridiculous. You didn't take into account how I was raised and the fact that men in the culture that I come from deal with men. Men in the culture being raised with the father, being raised in an Islamic community, being raised with men around, a bunch of men around, they deal with the men. They don't go to women for anything like that. And it's a protective measure. It's not a misogynist measure. It's not a women are less than or not or inferior in any type of way. No. It's a protective measure to protect the women, to protect the children. Go ahead. You got it, bro. You can come off mute if you're talking.
Yeah. Peace and love. Can you hear me?
Peace. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
Oh, it still say I'm muted.
No, you're not muted.
Am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So on your first point, right? Me mislabeling you a rim brother, right? Now, I would say you're correct on that, right? I did mislabel you a rim brother. And the reason why that happened is because when I was watching your show, all of those red pill, incel, manosphere brothers came up on your platform and spewing their rhetoric that was hateful towards women freely on your panel without healthy pushback, right? That's one of the things I seen. Another of the things I saw was whenever women got up on your panel, they were being ganged up on to the point to where they were leaving the panel, or there were people quick to bounty them off the panel. It was almost like they weren't permitted to have a voice if they shared a dissenting opinion. If they weren't agreeing with y'all, then they weren't allowed to express their opinion that was contrary to the narratives that y'all was pushing. This is what I saw, right? Now, as I've continued to watch you going forward, I realized that you kind of curtailed that a little bit, right? So I want to give you your credit on that, right? I've seen here recently that you do have a lot of women hitting your panel, and they are able to speak freely, and they are able to disagree, right? And you do offer them a certain level of protection, right? So this is me in real time giving you your credit right now as far as what I've been seeing recently. Because contrary to popular belief, I don't have a hatred for you. I don't have a strong dislike for you. I don't wish nothing bad upon you. I wish you nothing but success. I wish you nothing but health and wellness.
Can
I
I
wish
address
your
that?
family nothing but peace and prosperity. The issue that I have is sometimes you seem to go off on a diatribe that is viewed, that could come across as maybe you don't get it in regards to, you know, how men are supposed to, you know, interact with women, how men are supposed to support women, how men are supposed to protect women. Like, you make it seem like, my brother, that, oh, well, the men are up here, the women are down near. And even just like today, right? And I'm going to land it so you can respond. When you made the comment, well, yes, men are supposed to deal with men in certain situations. That's correct. I totally agree with that, right? Even what I'm doing today, right? I'm dealing with men. There's women here, right? But the coaches are all men, right? The majority of the parents that are here who are vocal are all men, right? And I just had a situation recently where a coach and a parent was trying to challenge each other to fisticuffs. And I had to sit both of them down and kind of give them a little bit of counseling and say, hey, you out here to support these kids. And with you guys challenging each other for fisticuffs at an AAU football game, that's creating turmoil and controversy amongst these kids, and you scaring these kids who are under 10, under 8, under 6, and they're trying to learn how to use their athletic ability to become and grow into younger men.
If you could give me 1 second before I forget, let me address your first point, if you don't mind, because this kind of goes a little different.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
All right. So, and I just, if you can, I just need you to answer yes or no, because I'm going somewhere, if you don't mind. So, is it possible that you hadn't seen enough of my videos to really make a fair assumption of how I really operate in the beginning? Is that possible?
No, I
Okay,
don't think it's possible, because I saw you. So when I started hitting my cousin's panel, or not even just hitting this panel, when I started listening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your show would come up on my algorithm, and I don't know if it's because we from the same geographical location. I don't know if it's because you and my cousin were on the same network. I don't know how that worked, but I seen Izzy Bands, and then I seen that you said you was from Brooklyn, so I started tuning in early, right?
Okay.
I wasn't chatting. I
How
was
long
just
ago was that?
tuning in.
If you don't mind, I got you, because really I was trying to go through. How long ago was that?
This was like when I first started listening to my cousin. We went on vacation. This was December of 2023.
2023.
Right. So 2023 December, we went on vacation together, and
Well,
that's when he told me that he was, going on YouTube, and if I could support or whatever. Right. So
okay.
probably like February 2024 is when I started listening to you.
Okay. So I had been on a year at that point. So check it out. So The thing is real quick. So the bounty system. So I'm Sharon and I have this commonality. The commonality is we don't mind having a conversation. We I don't mind conversing with anybody. Just like there's a lot of people that don't like that I have you up right now, right? But I don't care. I can talk to you. I can talk to anybody. It doesn't matter to me. And what you say doesn't mean that I agree with what you're saying because I allow you to be able to have a voice and to be able to express your opinion. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense.
So in that regard, there are dudes that come here that I rock with that I don't agree with a lot of everything that they say or most things that they say or whatever the case may be, but they show me an immense amount of love. So I'm not gonna reject the love that they show me, and I'm not gonna hold whatever viewpoint or ideology that they have as a man against them. When
And
I
that's
just
fair.
hold
That's
on real
fair
quick.
right there.
Hold on
Can I
real quick.
interject this one
No,
thing?
no,
Because
no,
I
no,
want
no,
to give
no.
you your credit. Hold on. I want to give you your credit for what I seen recently, right? My brother, it's going to be real quick, right? So what I seen recently, right, when there was brothers on your panel that was going too crazy, you gave a disclaimer. You said, hey, the thoughts and opinions of these brothers do not reflect the Izzy Band Network, right?
That's
And I
that's
said,
been the whole time
listen,
though.
but no, I just seen you doing that here recently.
No,
When
but
I
that
was watching you, early, this is what I'm saying. When I was watching you earlier, right, and I'm talking about last year, earlier, I was watching you. I didn't see you throw that disclaimer up.
I've been doing that though. That's what I'm saying. I didn't have a disclaimer to throw up, but I've been saying it. I've been saying it from the beginning. I've been saying right, especially right, because dirty folks don't even come over here because I don't even agree. I like dirty folks. I don't have nothing against dirty folks, but what dirty folks was saying to me sometimes was crazy, and I absolutely disagree with him. And I got dudes, Mo Freestyle's another one. I got dudes who I like. Let me mute you real quick while you're not talking. Give me 1 second. I got dudes that used to come over here religiously, but because I stayed checking them about the shit that they were saying, and like, come on, fam, you can't say that. Come on, fam, you can't go that hard. Come on, fam. Listen, you're entitled to your opinion, but you can't go there. Like, yo, there's dudes that don't even come to my channel anymore because I've been on them paws like that. And Boris the Beast has been here. He knows that. So it's like, and I like dirty folks, but dirty folks don't come over here no more because I always be like, come on, fam. Nah, man, we ain't doing that. Nah, dogs, I don't agree with that. So there's a bunch of dudes like that. So that's why I asked how long you've been watching me, because the truth of the matter is I've kept that same energy the whole time. I've kept the same energy the whole time. That's number one. The second thing is, if you are and my man said I'm too nice all the time. If you are a man and you come up here and the women don't like you, they could pay to boot you off. If you are a man and the men don't like you, what you have to say, they boot you off. There's dudes, King Rooster is one of them, that anytime he think that he make me money, because anytime he come up here with the dumb shit, they kick him off. Jay Prince is another one of them. Anytime Jay Prince come up here, if I don't suspend the bounty, they kick that nigga out of here. They don't want him here. Jay Prince don't come over here because of my chat. The people that I rock with do not rock with him, and they don't like him over here. So they will pay any amount of money at any given time to get him up out of here. So the fact that this is what I'm saying about you and how you don't really see things how they are. You see things how you feel, and you paint a narrative based on how you feel that's not really accurate. I'm listening to you, bro.
Well, and see, that's the thing, right? I articulated the growth that I seen from you from watching your show over a period of time.
I got
right?
you, but this has been from the beginning. Hold on, Brian. Let me interject. Hold on, real quick. Let me interject this. This has, my contention, brother, is this has been since the beginning. Like, yo, I got people who don't like certain people over here, including Sharon was one of them people that my people's at any time. If I didn't tell people, yo, chill out and let Sharon rock, anytime Sharon touched my panel, they would get, even you. If I ain't tell my peoples right now, y'all, I'm suspending the bounty off of Brownsville. I said it because I know that they're gonna pay me to kick you off. Go ahead, you got it, bro.
Right. And that part I respect, right? Because I want you to get your bread. I want you to get your paper. It's no part of me that's a hater that wish you to fail. That wish you know what I'm saying? Like that's is no part of me that feel that way. Plus, you from Brownsville, you from the hood, you from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? So I can't have no level of animosity like that towards you. Even though I disagree with a lot of the stuff you may say, that don't mean that I wish ill will towards you.
Yeah, and I don't.
Right?
For the record, real quick, I don't wish any ill will towards you. I think you pander, and I think you phony. I'll be honest, and I don't really like that about you. At the same time, I don't wish you any ill will. I only wish you the best, and I definitely wish your family and your peoples the best. I don't have no ill intention or no ill nothing towards none of your people or you at all. Like I don't. I just don't agree with you. But go ahead, you got it.
Right. So what I'm saying is my assessment based on what I've seen contradicts how you may feel like you conducted your show from the duration that I've watched your show. And what I'm telling you is from my vantage point, you know, the movie Vantage Point was a good movie that I like, and everybody needs to see so you can get a different perspective, because somebody's vantage point based upon the proximity to the situation, based upon where they're at when certain circumstances happen, they're what they see could be different than somebody who's on the opposite side of the field. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Right. So what I'm saying from my vantage point, when I started tuning into your show, right, and I started seeing brothers like Dirty Folks, right, and that was one of the criticisms that I laid out to you. I said, hey, you got this brother on your platform, like freely saying, hey, I don't talk to women unless they don't have no clothes on. Crazy stuff like that, right? And he was not getting the healthy pushback.
He was.
That I felt that but no, listen, I'm just telling you based upon what I've seen, because to me, healthy pushback would be, hey, brother, listen, this woman in my family, I have daughters, because you got daughters, correct?
I have 2 daughters.
Right, you got daughters. I got a daughter, right? You got a mother. I got a mother. I don't know if you got sisters, but I got sisters.
I got a lot of sisters. I got
right?
2 by my mother and a lot by my father.
And this is the thing, right? So you got ladies who you love and who love you, who probably support you, who probably watch your show, right? And hear this knucklehead getting on your platform spewing that type of crazy rim brother ideology, right? And what they're expecting from their brother is Izzy Bands is, hey man, listen, you free. This is America, right? We got the freedom to speak freely. However, you on my network, you on my line, and if you gonna say that, then I gotta say this. Everything that you talking is garbage. All this stuff about you not wanting to talk to women unless they naked, you got a sadistic issue in your mind to where you could formulate that type of a sentence when a woman gave birth to you. When you probably got women in your family who love you and you talk to them daily, and I guarantee you they got clothes on. And if you're not talking to any of the women in your family unless they got clothes on, then that means you some type of predator. You need to be locked up in a facility. This is the type of healthy pushback I was expecting when people say those type of egregious things, right? When it comes to masculinity, when it comes to manhood, our job is to stand for what's right. And I heard you say you believe in the biblical scriptures. You believe in, the scriptures out there that teaches us what our job is as leaders, right? We're supposed to protect the weaker vessel.
But hold on. Okay, so now this is the thing. Give me 1 second. So let me address a couple things you said so it don't go too far. Let me address my man first. Thank you so much. Something to think about with L Nick's $5 said Brownsville. Keep it 100. A lot of rim behavior happens over on SBG until a bounty removes them. it's a co-ed channel with no co-ed accountability, and that's a fact. But I don't want to. Thank you, L Nix. We're gonna get into that in a second. Give me 1 second. Thank you. Because of L Nix, we only need 11 more people, at least $10 a piece. If you want your comments highlighted in red, do so through the super chat or through the Cash App. I'm trying to give the brother a chance to state his opinion and how he feels. Now, this is the thing, Brownsville. And the problem is this: there's some people right now that support my show heavily that are upset with me and feel a way that I'm allowing you to say whatever, even though we all feel that's inaccurate, right? I feel like what you're saying is highly inaccurate, and I don't take the same presumptions that you take, right? My thing is this: I believe I present a clean glass of water. And then if anybody else presents the dirty water, I leave it up to the people in their grownness and their autonomy and their right to choose what they want to do for themselves. You got to understand, this is part entertainment as well. If we all, Sharon say all the time, he don't want an echo chamber. I don't want an echo chamber either. I don't mind opposing beliefs. I don't mind opposing viewpoints. I don't mind people, as long as it's not crazy. And when it gets crazy, I shut it down every single time. I don't allow it to get crazy, right? People are.
So you don't. So
hold on,
can I
real
ask you a
question.
question? I just want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
So do you believe that a man saying that he don't speak to women unless they're butt naked, you don't believe that's crazy? That's beyond the pale?
I believe that. I know Dirty Folks was joking. I believe it is crazy, but I know he's joking, and I know he was saying it for shock value. He's a comedian, so he's using comedy to illustrate his point. And so I don't take what comics say literally, to be honest.
So he was coming to your show every day to tell that same joke.
Yeah, I mean, that's his shtick. Yeah, that's his shtick. That's his shtick. His shtick is women are toddlers. Or women are make your woman your secretary. That's your shtick. The same way me wearing glasses, even to me wearing sunglasses, even though there's no sun in the house, was my shtick. That was just my thing, right? Like my eyes isn't like this. I'm not blind or whatever the case may be. But it's like, yo, that was just my thing, my persona. You know what I'm saying? As Izzy Bands. So Dirty Folks. His name, his part, he got the Andrew Dice Clay type shit going on, but that's his shtick, that's his thing. Now,
right, but when I asked him on your show, right, I had a conversation with him on your show, and he didn't espouse that, man, nah, Brownsville, this is all jokes. This is just part of my comedic routine, and I'm doing this for some type of clout or whatever. He didn't espouse that. What he was saying is, hey, this is how I feel, and this is how I live my life.
But this is the thing though, and this is the funny thing, right? And this is the hypocrisy. This is the true. Hold on, give me a second. Please mute up. This is the extreme hypocrisy that I see, and the problem, like I said, that I have again. Yo, y'all got women like PhD, but like my man said, that has literally said about deleting black male baby children. And PhD, if I said your name this time, she literally said. Up in the past, I was on the stream in the past on the Black House when she said it. She literally said about deleting black male babies or whatever the case may be. And y'all say, oh well, that's her opinion. She was just talking. She was just doing this. She was just doing that. But you want to try to control grown men, and that's to me. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna mute you real quick. That is ridiculous to me. The fact that you don't control women, or you don't want to put no accountability on women, but you want men to try to control grown men, where that is an exercise of futility. A man is going to do what a man wants to do regardless. At the end of the day, if men have respect for you, they will conduct it a certain way. I know Dirty Folk rock with me, but I know that I was getting on Dirty Folks' nerves by censoring Dirty Folks. I was censoring him. That's why he don't come over here no more. I was heavily censored on him. I was heavily on him like, yo, Dirty Folks, come on, man. You can't say that. I would always say, yo, the views of Dirty Folks, if Dirty Folks is alone, Easy Bands don't stand for none of that stuff. So it's like, yo, how do you feel like you got the right to try to tell men how to run their panel or run their show or whatever? And because we don't run it like you think we should run it, we don't do what you think we should do, then we have to be a lover of men. That's ridiculous. And this is the stuff, the hypocrisy I'm talking about. And this is the stuff that I can't stand that y'all do. It don't make sense. It's not right. It's not righteous. It's not right. It's self-righteous. Like, you don't have a right to tell me I pay my money, I pay my dues. I've been here almost every day for almost 3 years straight consistently. I'm going through the battles. I paid my tithes. I paid my offerings. I paid my I'm battle tested. I'm fully invested in this, and you're gonna tell me how I should respond to something? I'm me. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna respond how I want to respond, because two, I like the conversation. I like the conversation. I like people being able to hear different perspectives, different point of view, because I like listening to different perspectives, different point of views. I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to look at it the same way you do. I don't have to feel, yo, my homie, one of my peoples for almost 30 years, we absolutely disagree on how he be operating about black people. I don't talk none of that talk that he be talking about black people, so-called black people. I don't talk none of it. None of it. I'm actually on the opposite end of that shit, and that's my homie in real life. We see that different, and that's okay. He can see it however he want to see it. He can say whatever he want to say. He's a grown-ass man, and because I'm cool with him does not mean that I align with him in everything that he says and he does. So the fact, and this is what I'm saying, it's a very feminine mindset and a very feminine ideology. There's nothing masculine about this mindset that y'all are putting over. Y'all have a very, very, very censor mentality and mindset. If people don't say and do what you think they should say and do, if people don't feel like you think they should feel, then there's something automatically or inherently wrong with them. That's called attribution bias. It's a very feminized perspective, because what it says is that you're not strong enough to be able to encompass or to be able to look at something from a different direction and just say, yo, I disagree with it. I don't see it like that. That's not how I operate. And it's cool. Matter of fact, there's multiple times where I say, yo, I don't agree with that. I don't operate like that. And everybody would say, yo, we not talking about you. Yo, why you make everything personal? Yo, why do you put so which way is it? Like, yo, which way is it? Go ahead. You got it.
So can I respond? So first and foremost, my brother, me and you as men, we're having conversation about how men move, how men speak, right? And I find it kind of feminine when we build in as men about how men should speak, how men should move, how men should control things, that we want to compare our situation to a woman, right? Like, it's always, why do we have to bring PH Diva in this conversation when we're talking about how men should be communicating?
No. Because it's relative. It's relative to the fact that, yo, you want to try to control men on my panel and tell me how to operate on my panel, but your cousin on your cousin's panel don't address the people. So it's not, see how you try to frame that. And that's a weird thing. You're trying to frame it. You don't understand that I'm talking about apples and apples, and you're trying to make it apples and bone and bone. And it's absolutely not. It's the same thing.
You didn't allow me to finish, right? Because what I was gonna say is, to that particular comment that you're referring to about Supreme Goddess PH Diva, do you know what my stance was on it? Because I spoke about it on your panel, I spoke about it on my cousin's panel, and I spoke about it how I totally disagreed with it, right? I thought it was an outrageous comment, right? See, one thing about me, Israel Mills, is I'm consistent. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to put a mask on and take a mask off, and you're never gonna hear me flip-flop and change my opinions. If I think a certain thing, I can be proven wrong. I can have a conversation. You can say, well, you know what? You call me a rim brother. right? But I didn't align with red pill incel manosphere. And what did I say? I said, no, you were correct on that. I did mislabel you. And then I
Now,
told
a
you,
year and
and
a
I
half
told you,
later,
and I
you
told you
doubled and
why.
tripled down with
And
it.
I told
Hold on
you,
real quick.
I told you.
Hold on real quick. But you doubled and tripled down on it in the meantime, in between time, right? I've seen shows when I've literally told you one moment, yo, bro, I'm not red pill in cell manosphere. And you went to Sharon's show and you was like, man, these men say that they not this and they not that, but they this and they that and they this, these red pill incel, these no good suckers. You doubled and tripled down on it in the meantime. Go ahead. You got it.
Right. And the reason why is because I told you, when you give these brothers a platform and a megaphone to say the most egregious, outlandish statements about women, right? I got to you're guilty by association at that point because you didn't give healthy pushback. That's what I said, right? Because here's the thing, Israel Mills, and correct me if I'm wrong. You disagree with what I'm about to say? Tell me you disagree, right? Would you allow a man to come into your house, right? Your daughter's there, your sister's there, and your mother's there, right? And for him to tell you in front of them, yo, listen, Israel Mills, all due respect, my brother, I don't talk to women unless they're naked. How would you handle that situation, my bro? Would you say, well, you know what? You got a freedom to speak, my brother. So listen, I don't agree, but I'm gonna let you go ahead and say what you want to say because it's your right. Or would you handle that situation differently? Say, listen, don't disrespect my family like that ever again in your life, or there's gonna be consequences and repercussions. Which Israel Mills would show up at that point?
The answer is no one ever does that in real life. So that's what I'm saying. No one ever done. Yo, out of all the people I've been around, in all the situations I've been in all the places I've lived, no one has ever done anything remotely close to that to me in person. Never.
Oh, but
So
I'm saying just play the hypothetical through and
no,
answer.
but I don't want. No, I really don't want to. Let me tell you why. I don't want to play that game in this particular scenario because that's irrelevant. The relevance to this is panel to panel, YouTube to YouTube. That's the relevance, right? So when I bring up a PhD diva in a situation and say that, yo, y'all allow PhD diva to say some of the most egregious stuff over there on your panel sometimes, and other women and other men. I believe it was Otis Who. Shout out to Otis Who espoused what he espoused about the situation with his wife. Did y'all give him pushback? Yeah. But did he say it? Yeah. I believe it was over there on Sharon's panel where that white girl Grace was calling everybody all the niggas in the world. You know what I'm saying? And her dad, Ben Thorpe, in his ideology and what he said was espousing the crazy shit too. But you know what I'm saying? Y'all gave him pushback, but not Sharon didn't at first. You know what I'm saying? It was the other people that was giving them pushback.
But I can't speak for Sharon. I gotta speak for me.
But this is the thing though. This is the thing. Then if that's the case, then you can't have the conversation with me. You know why? Because I'm a content creator, right? I'm a creator of content. This is my channel. This is my business. And my business is predicated on the conversation. So if we have kumbaya all the time, if we see things the same way all the time, if we have, everybody agrees, it's going to be a very boring, it's not even going to be worth it to me because it's going to be boring. Right? Nobody's going to want to view it. Nobody's going to want to be a part of it. Like it's just an echo chamber and a circle jerk. And I don't want to be a part of that. So I allow people to say what they want to say as long as it doesn't violate YouTube guidelines and YouTube protocol. And then we can have the conversation from there, which we have the conversation. Now, if people don't agree in the chat, guess what? They have a power and a say so to be able to pay to get the people off of there. Right? Unless I veto that and say, yo, for right now, we're going to suspend the bounty. We're going to suspend this. We're going to suspend that. But other than that, yo, they got the right. The people vote what they want to hear, what they don't want to hear. And that's how this is.
And
that's
I understand that, my brother. And I'm not faulting you in that. The same way I don't fault Sharon in that. But I'm sure you've heard me on Sharon's show go at him for allowing certain foolishness.
I heard it once.
The whole world.
Heard it once. I heard it
The
one
whole
time.
world has heard me on numerous occasions going at him for allowing certain foolishness, right? And then we also have conversations offline that the world isn't privy to. See, the thing with me, Israel, is my standards don't change whether I'm online or in person, right? So I don't get the whole concept of, well, I gotta allow these people to be so egregious, so offensive, so degrading to certain people in my audience without me pushing back and showing them that no, I don't, not only do I not agree with this, but I also don't condone this, right? Which is why I asked you, hey, if it was in your living room, how would you respond? And you didn't want to answer the question because we both know how you would respond in that situation if you're a stand-up man. And you say that you are a stand-up man. So I would assume, right, because I don't know, I will assume that you would handle that situation correctly. You would tell them, listen, based upon you making that comment, you've disrespected my household, you've disrespected my family. And I'm not going to allow that, right? So I don't see a difference between whether we speaking in person in the living room or whether we speaking online, because the Israel Mills show is your show. It's your living room virtually, right? It's your household virtually, right?
No, it's not. Hold
So
on.
unless you give the disclaimer. Now, to your credit, here recently, I've seen you give the disclaimer. Say, hold on. I'm gonna give my disclaimer, and then when the brothers was pushing back on you, said, "Nah, you ain't gotta do that. We could speak freely." You was like, "No, I don't agree with what you're saying, right? So I'm gonna give this disclaimer just to let the world know your thoughts and opinions is not a reflection of my show, right?" And since you said that, that was pushback enough for me to say, "Well, you know what? I'm seeing a different side of Israel Mills now. Now I'm seeing him, actually, stand up for his show and stand
Let me
up for
ask
his
you a question.
principles."
I got you. Let me ask you a question. The first question I have, and I need you to be brief because I want to go somewhere with this. The first question I have is, how long ago did you notice that change? Just if you could give me a time frame.
Probably maybe 2 months ago.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't watch
Time out.
religiously.
I got you, and I know that you don't. I know the reason why I know that you don't watch me religiously is because I've been doing that the whole time. That's the first point. But the second thing is like my man Money Marco said, is he been, because I'm one of the most consistent people up here. I keep the same energy for everybody. Everybody know how I get down. If you don't talk shit about me, I'm not gonna talk shit about you. If you don't try to bring my name up or slander me, I ain't gonna say nothing about you. I'm not gonna. When things go on, like there's like 4 situations go on that I know about right now on YouTube that I'm connected to these people, but they have nothing to do with me. Guess what? I ain't gonna talk about it at all because they don't got nothing to do with me. But I'm connected to these people, but I ain't gonna say shit about their situation because they don't got shit to do with me. So I don't insert myself. Number one, you got to understand about me. I don't insert myself into business that's not mine. I use celebrity situations and I use situations that people involve me in to try to extrapolate the lesson and let the people decide. So where you're mistaken is a couple of things. This is not my show. This is the Israelite Nation show. There's people here like my man. I got very, very, very strong men over here with strong personalities, strong stances, strong ideologies and belief, some of which I agree with and a lot of which I don't agree with. I don't see it the same way. However, it's a mutual respect and a mutual understanding amongst men. So there's brothers like my man Emperor Cole is a prime example, right? That brother is an accomplished brother. That brother is an accomplished brother in real life. And that brother is a very loyal brother that has given me his time, his energy, and resources towards my show. He has, beside me, he has probably put the most in overall invested into my show. There's a few other people exactly like that, right? So at the end of the day, I don't always agree with Cole, and Cole always don't agree with me. We don't see things exactly the same alike. Sometimes Cole to me say some crazy shit. Sometimes to me, I say some crazy shit to Cole. And Cole like, man, come on, is that shit crazy? Sometimes I say to Cole, yo, Cole, sometimes, oh yeah, that shit crazy. Keep me out of trouble, Cole. Why you say that? But like at the end of the day, I'm only going to protect my channel. I can't tell my man's Emperor Kojak 313 the Great how to run his life or what to think or what to believe. The only thing that I could do is to try to be. Hold on, real quick. If you don't mind, mute real fast. The only thing I could try to do is be the best example that I can be, and then let the people decide what they want. So this is the thing. If people are offended by what someone is saying, except for right now, there's a lot of my peoples that rock with my show, that pay my show, that are begging me to boot you because they don't like what you're saying. But I took the bounty off of you, right? So this is a prime example. If the people are offended, if the people don't like what's going on, they can boot the person, and they have the power to get that person up out of here. There's been times where people were saying things that I thought was valuable, that I thought was good to say, that I wanted to hear, but the people didn't want them up here, so they kicked them off. So the people have the power, and that's the beauty of YouTube. I give the power to the people.
And I get all that, right? And I'm not faulting you for that per se. However, this is where me and you differ, right? Because it's okay to be associated with certain individuals based upon your experience, based upon where you live, based upon where you're from, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a difference between an association and an alignment, right? So for me, once a brother espouses the certain type of rhetoric that advocates violence towards women, like your brother Emperor Kojak did on your show, which you disagreed with, you vehemently disagreed with it. You said it was crazy. You said he was wrong for it. But this is what he did, right? Once I hear a brother espousing, advocating for violence against women in situations that's volatile, like the situation from the airport with Sha'Carri Richardson, her situation, saying that, oh man, he should have smashed her face in and all this kind of crazy stuff. I don't align with people like that, my brother. I could be associated with them, but I don't align with them. That's the clear distinction that I make, right? Because I gotta make it clear to the people who rock with me, the people who look up to me for support, the people who look up to me as a mentor, that I, make sure that there's no blurred lines, right? There's gonna be a red line, and if you cross that red line, now you over there until you're ready to turn from your wicked ways or turn from your wicked ideology and stop going to that egregious level, whether you're doing it jokingly or whether you're serious about it, because violence against women and children is real, and it's a problem that we need to stop within our community, right?
So how hold on real quick. Let me ask you a quick question.
Those kind of things right there, it's just not cool.
Let me ask you a quick question. How do you figure, if you can answer briefly so I can go to this, how do you figure, yeah, he is virtue signaling like a mug, and this is some woman nonsense, Bishop J. Jermaine, and Emperor Cole, you're right. How dare you speak on, my man Cole said, how dare you speak on me when you don't know how I have defended many women on here and in real life. You don't know how I've sacrificed for my own mother this year alone, right? You don't know nothing about the brother. So how can you speak on him to say what type of man he is or isn't? And that's what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm talking about. The level of self-righteousness, the level of, okay, you came back on different. Yo, wave in the back so I know it's you, if you don't mind, bro. I know you came in different. Okay. The level of okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. But I'm a mute. I don't know what happened.
Okay, cool, no problem. The level of self-righteousness, brother, the level of platitude that you give to yourself versus everybody else. And this is what I was talking about pedestalizing yourself, right? You act as if you don't have no flaws. You act as if you're perfect. You act as if you don't have nothing that you could fix, nothing that you could work on, nothing that you could be better at. And then you act like everybody else has all of these character flaws, all of these issues, and all of these problems. So the thing is this, like, you'll spin it, you'll say in one breath, yo, I recognize that you told the brothers that you ain't going for that. But then you'll say in another breath that I align with what they said, and I did not. I clearly said we do not advocate for violence against women or children over here. We do not stand for that. I say that every single time. I do not believe in violence against women or against children. I say it clearly. But then you'll turn in the same breath to try to make it seem like I'm down here and you're up here. Yo, but I don't align with those people. I may associate with them from time to time, but I don't align with them. How did I align with that when I did not? I clearly all the time say, nope, we don't advocate for no violence against women. Nope. We don't advocate for no violence against children. Nope. Don't even play like that. We don't even joke like that. I deleted comments from my main moderators or for people that rock with me that even imply some shit like that. So how do you put that on me as aligning with those people? Please tell me that.
Right. Because there's a difference. Like I said, I'm gonna try to say it slower so you can understand what I'm saying. Right,
nigga. See, this is what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree. See, this is what I'm saying. Just because I don't agree with what you're saying, I'm a very well-read.
Okay, so let me clear it up.
You guys say it slower.
So
like,
let me
I
clear
don't
it
understand.
up.
I don't agree with you.
But you mischaracterized what I said. That's why I said I gotta say it in a different way. So here's what I said. Right, I said yes. You disagreed with what he said. Right. However, today you aligned yourself with him and said, hey, this is my guy. This is my man. This is my dude. Right. What I'm saying, that's where we disconnect. Right. Because for me, once I hear you communicate or espouse such an egregious agenda, right? Not only do I not agree with what you said, I no longer align with you. Okay, unless you're willing to turn from those wicked ways. That doesn't mean that I set myself above anyone, right?
So
what
let me ask you a question.
What I'm talking about is, and I'm gonna land it right here, brother, and you'll understand this. Every night, I have to look my wife and my children in their eyes, right? And live up to the man that they expect me to be, right? I have to do that with them. That's my accountability, right? The boys that I'm mentoring, I have to look them in the face every time I meet with them, right? And I have to uphold a certain standard that they would not deem hypocritical, right? So I have to align myself with people who are like-minded, right? I can associate with anyone, but I'm not gonna call you my guy, you my main man, you this, you that, if you are communicating such ridiculous rhetoric that's harmful to our community.
Well,
I'll land it there.
Okay, so I know several people that say whatever out of their mouth, but what their actions say is something totally different. Let me tell you about why I would align, as you put it, with Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. Emperor Kojak 313 the Great takes care of both of his parents. He don't have no kids here, there, and everywhere. He don't have no baby mamas. He don't have no children strewn around nowhere. He takes care of both of his parents. He has godchildren, a bunch of them, that he basically adopted as his own, and he takes care of them too. Not only that, the brother has sacrificed and held me down. I can't pay the brother Nowhere near. I can't even pay the brother nowhere near what he's worth and nowhere near what he's put into my channel, my show, consistently here almost every single day, like a job. Making sure that my channel, my stuff runs smoothly, making sure he got my back, putting me on behind the scenes, whatever the case may be. So whatever flaws that man may or may not have, yo, I can respect him as a man because I know on some man shit, he's a man. He might have some flaws. He might say some wild shit. He might have some wild thing. But number one, he take care of all responsibility. Number two, he take care of all the people around him. And number three, he has been consistent in being my armor bearer, being my right-hand man, and making sure that he has my back and making sure that I'm straight. So, yo, if you think that I'm crazy for aligning with somebody like that, that's your opinion. That's your opinion, and you're welcome to it. But what I'm saying is, this man has had my back consistently for almost 3 years. Consistent. This man, if I'm there, he's there. If I'm there, he's there. Right here with me. I know he take care of his mother. I know he take care of his father. I know he take care of children that don't come from him. I know that the brother Hart, and this is what I'm speaking about. And Sharon tried to make fun of me. He said, "Yo, Izzy, if Aladdin, if you was Aladdin's father in the movie, would you let Aladdin be with your daughter?" And I said, "Yeah." And he tried to make fun of me, and he tried to make, yo, he's a this, he's a that, and this is what I'm talking about, self-righteousness. No one knows the heart of man but God. But what I can say is, if a man consistently has been my armor bearer, has been my right-hand man, has been there for me and mine consistently for almost 3 years, like, yo, I got a loyalty and respect for that. I don't have to agree with that man and everything he say, and I don't. And he don't have to agree with me and everything I say and I do, and he don't. But we men, we have a mutual...
So let me ask you a question.
Hold on real quick. You can ask me after I landed here. We have a mutual respect for each other based on the heart of the man. He know my heart, and I know that brother heart. And how do we know each other's heart? Through trial, through fire, through time, through the test of time. Go ahead, you got it.
So I get it, right? You named a whole bunch of honorable qualities about this brother, right? And I can't knock anything that you named, right? What I'm referring to is the advocation for violence from a man issued down to a woman. To say, hey, if she put me in that situation, such as Sha'Carri Richardson put that other brother in at the airport, I would have smashed her face in, right? To me, that is so egregious and so beyond the pale to say publicly, right? To where sometimes you can do 100 things correct, right? And then you do one thing wrong and that sullies your entire reputation. You know this as a man, right? Because we got to get up every single day and face the trials and tribulations of this world, and we're only judged by our last deed. Right? So you may know this brother, right? You may have spent time with this brother. You may know a different level of maturity or a different level of honor and integrity that this brother has that the world may not be privy to, right? But however, this is a public platform, right? And your words have power. The scripture says that. In John, it says, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God, right? So we understand that life and death is by the power of the tongue, right? So we understand that when you say certain things, it can either promote life or promote death. And to me, Your words should line up with your actions. Your words should line up with the level of integrity you have. Your words should line up with the level of honor that you have. Your words should line up with the level of dignity that you have. And it shouldn't be brought into question what you believe unless you're willing to clarify it and say, well, hey, I don't really stand for that.
But yo, if
right?
so hold on real quick. If I know that he just talking, yo, sometimes listen, I got people that come in my chat that I know in real life that nobody knows that I know in real life that will come under a troll account just to get some shit off their chest to talk some shit, and they don't live nothing like what they're talking about. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm saying? I know that for a fact. I know that there's people that just and I know the time of what was going on with that brother at the time. So all I said was, yo, fam, don't say that, and deleted the comment. Don't come on, we don't stand for that. At the same time, you don't know what people are going through. You don't know what people gotta venting off. I'm not their God. I'm not God, bro. I don't exalt myself other people. I don't exalt myself over people. I allow people to be people, and I understand there's nuances. There's things that go on in people's life that they don't have no control over, and they be hurting, they be having pain, and sometimes they just want to get their shit off. To be honest with you, sometimes, because we know in real life there's a bunch of shit that we can't say. We know in real life there's a bunch of shit we can't do. We know in real life that there's constraints. So I don't try to put those type of stipulations on people. And Jeff get on me all the time about it. My homie Angry Man get on me all the time about it. People over here get on me all the time about it. Even for you being here, and that's what you don't understand. The same grace that I give by you being here and by you being able to try to tell me about me on my show, and like I'm listening to you, is the same grace that I give everybody else. I don't have to be your judge. I don't have to be I don't have no heaven or hell to put you in. I don't have no power or authority over you, nor do I want it. And I don't want to sit in judgment of you. I just don't want you sitting there trying to mischaracterize me and judge me. When you do that, then I'm gonna come for your neck. Other than that, I live and let live.
And I get it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm here today because I'm on your thumbnail, right? You were speaking about me, and yes, I said, hey, you know this. I'm willing to have a conversation with anyone, right? I don't run from tough conversations. I don't run from anything that I say, right? Because I don't turn on a switch and say, okay, I'm on the internet now. I need to speak like this.
It's not, but see the wait, hold on.
Anytime, anywhere I'm at.
But that doesn't even make sense, and that's not even true or accurate.
Right? And here's
You're not. Hold on, real quick. That's not true or accurate, right? You don't speak the same way in church or the same way in a library that you speak at the ballpark or that you speak at a game. You don't. That's a lie. You don't speak the same way to your wife. Hold on. You don't speak the same way to your wife that you're going to speak to me. It's a lie. You don't speak the same way to your mama that you're going to speak to your son. You don't. It's a lie, bro. It's a lie. And this is what I'm saying. The shit that you say is so inaccurate and so egregious, and it don't even make no sense. You pedestalize yourself and put yourself up here while simultaneously trying to put everybody else down here, and we don't believe you, bro. We don't believe you. You got to stop the shit. You're talking to grown men who's accomplished many things. My son was just up here talking, and I said, yo, son, what'd you say to me all the time? He said, Dad, you had way more money before you came to YouTube. And I said, well, how much more money? And he said, Dad, you hundreds of thousands of dollars more. And I said, no, don't say that. So that's what I'm saying. You don't even know who you be talking about or who you be talking to. Y'all just be talking. Y'all think that because you've accomplished whatever you've accomplished, that you've accomplished so much more than everybody else. Y'all think that because you've done whatever you've done so much more than anybody else, but you haven't. And you don't even understand that you're talking to grown men who's responsible for a lot of people, who a lot of people depend on, who a lot of people look to, and a lot of people respect. But at the end of the day, because you're taking a YouTube channel that is an entertainment channel, number one, I'm not in the black intellectual spot. I don't wear no suit every day, and I can wear a different suit every single day. I did it to prove a point one day. For 2 weeks straight, I wore a ball cap that matched the tie, that matched the jacket, that matched the shirt, just to show that I could do that. So
that's respectable. So to respond to that, right? And I understand everything that you said, right? But what I want you to understand, Israel Mills, is that you just projected what you do and how you move upon me, right? Because anybody that you would ever talk to about me would tell you, I don't code switch, right? I speak to my wife the same way I'm speaking to you, right? I speak to my kids the same way I speak to you. In church, I speak to the congregation, the pastor, or whoever, the same way I'm speaking to you, which is why you've never, ever, since you experienced my voice on the internet, you've never heard me use profanity. You've never heard me use any type of trigger words. Okay, but you said you heard me use profanity once?
Yes.
Can you prove it?
Like I said, it wasn't been a while ago when you was on my show. You said a profane word. But
that's
as
a lie.
a rule, let me say
no.
As a rule, I will say this. As a rule, you do not use profane words. I can give you that. As a rule, you do not use profane words. But I have heard you use a profane word once. But that's okay. As a rule, you do not use profane words. What?
And my thing is,
Neither did Bill Cosby.
Neither did.
Hold on. No. Neither did Bill Cosby.
You made a claim, my brother.
Brownsville. No, I said one time, but it's cool. I gave you that you don't, as a rule, you don't use profane words. I can concede to that.
No, but
let me say this.
I said neither.
Okay, but I don't want to get into that. Neither did Bill Cosby, and we see what happened to him. So now what? We didn't hear Bill Cosby use any profane words either. His comedy was clean, and we see what happened to him. So now let's next. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything that you don't use profanity. It means nothing at all. Where'd you go? I ain't heard him. I think I heard him one time, but it ain't worth. Yo, Chanel waving the back. Where did he go? Where did he go? Waving the back. All right, go ahead and calm down. Oh, there you go. Okay. He's back. Hold on, Chanel. Hold on. He's back. All right. What happened, bro?
I had a call come in.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is I use the word never because I know how I communicate. I don't code switch, my brother. That's the difference. I know a lot of people do. A lot of people prefer to code switch. They'll talk to their wife differently than they talk to their boys. But no, I believe a man, number one priority is to be consistently himself, right? Because that speaks to your authenticity, right? I'm not going to switch up in a conversation with you and then talk to my son a certain way, and then now he hears me on the airwaves and say, hey, is that really my dad? Why is he talking that way? I don't want to have those types of issues. I know that the internet is forever. I know that 20, 30 years down the line, my grandkids could be listening to me speak right now, right? And I want what they hear to reflect their opinion upon me as a grandfather, right? So what I'm saying is, just like you love chess, brother, I love chess too, right? I think 5 to 10 moves ahead. I don't just think. I don't just make a move just for the sake of making a move for that moment to give me the advantage. No, I'm trying to win the game. So I don't code switch, my brother.
But this is the thing.
I don't change up. I don't switch up.
I heard you. You said that. Hold on, real quick.
To stay consistent, and I'm not. And I've never, ever once claimed to be perfect. No, but I'm striving to remain as authentic, as integral, as honorable, as thoughtful as I possibly can be, and I'm gonna try to get better each and every day I step out on this battlefield.
Give me 1 second. Hey, y'all, God and Lantern and Chanel's Reality, give me 1 second. Give me like 10 more minutes and I'm going to let y'all up. All right. Give me 10 more minutes. I'm going to let y'all up. All right. Because this is going to be a panel show. I want everybody to be able to get in here. Shout out to Brownsville. This is the thing, Brownsville. What you're saying is not realistic, right? When we grow, right? When you're a child and you're in school, you have one classroom, one teacher, and you learn everything that you learn for that teacher, the basics. As you get older, you go to different classrooms and different teachers. So you're going to have different perspectives. You're going to have different ways of them communicating with you. You're going to have different subjects. And so you don't approach mathematics the same way that you approach social studies. You don't approach English the same way that you approach a chemistry or science. Those are different disciplines, different approaches. So the unrealistic thing is that you say that you treat, and if you do, you do. That's on you. But it doesn't make sense that you have the same communication with your mother who birthed you that you have with your son who came from you. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna be honest with you. That doesn't sound logical at all. It doesn't make sense that you have the same communication with your wife that you love, that is your companion, that is your helpmate, that you would have with me. That don't even make no sense at all. That's illogical. That's a very illogical statement. So I don't understand what you're talking about. And you're trying to, like I said, frame it like it's code switching, but it's not. It's basic human interaction. I don't have the same relationship with Kojak that I have. I don't communicate with Kojak the same way I communicate with you. I don't communicate the same way with Kojak that I communicate with my son. I don't communicate the same way with my son that I communicate with his mother. It's nuance. And this is the problem. You lack nuance. You lack understanding of like how life works. You want to put a blanket and you want to put a cover over all things. And that doesn't even make sense at all. Doesn't even make sense. Right,
and
right.
I understand that.
That's what said, right, Slick. Stick to the marriage arguments, B-Bill. This ain't your fight. It ain't. I don't even know what he talking about. This is weird. Yeah.
Yeah. What did he say? I didn't hear it.
He said stick to the marriage arguments because this ain't your fight. Like you trying to say that you talk to everybody the same. That's not even realistic. That doesn't make sense, bro. It's not logical.
Yeah,
that's an illogical statement, just for the record.
It's not.
It is.
It's not a fight for me. What I'm saying is, you can speak to how you communicate, right? But you can't speak to how I communicate, right? Now, if somebody was to say, "Hey, I met Brownsville in real life. He's not the same as he communicates on panels," or I seen him interact with his wife a certain way that's unbecoming to what he talks about on YouTube, right? That's not me saying that I'm perfect, right? Because we all make mistakes. Yeah, I have the ability to get angry. I have the ability to get upset. I have the ability to get emotional, right? However, whatever weaknesses I have, I'm progressively working on fixing and resolving them in real time, right? So maybe if you would have met me 10 years ago, right, we would have had a different conversation because 10 years ago, I was a weaker man than I am today, right? Because I believe men are supposed to progressively grow day by day, right? So the person that you were in your 30s should not reflect the same as when you are in your 40s and when you are in your 50s, right? There's a certain inherent amount of wisdom that you should obtain as you age as a man, right? Your discipline should improve. Your self-control should improve. Your response, your resilience, all of those things that make you honorable, it should be improving daily. This is just what I believe. I'm not trying to say this is how you should move, but I'm speaking to
that's how I move.
I'm speaking to me, right? I'm speaking to me. And what I'm saying at this point in my life, yes, I do not code switch, right?
But that's not code switching. That's not code
Well, it
switching. That's
is
not.
because
No. You have a definite. You have a misperception about what code switching is. Code switching is when you like if you talk in colloquialisms, you know what I'm saying, in your everyday vernacular. But then when you get on a job or when you get around certain people, especially white people, then you start speaking in a different vernacular in order to fit in. That's what code switching is. But code switching is not communicating to people on their own level and where they're at, because that's how you should communicate to people, where they're at and on their level.
Well, I don't agree with that. What I believe in is you communicate to people how you believe your standard should be, right? And your job, if they're substandard, is to help them reach the standard. So you don't reduce yourself to communicate with them in a profane way if that's the only way they know how to communicate,
Do you
right?
think that everybody should have the same standards? Because I'm opening this up now. So do you think everybody? And so we gotta make our responses like more concise and shorter. Do you think that everybody should have the same standard? Is that what you believe?
When it comes to honor, integrity, self-discipline, self-respect, and those types of values, yes.
But do you realize how flawed that hold on real quick, mute up real quick. You don't realize how flawed that argument is, and I guess that's the problem that I have with you, right? Because your definition of what's honorable, your definition of what's integral, your definition of whatever you have or whatever you see is going to be different than God and Lanterns. It's going to be different than mine. It's going to be different than even your cousin, which does not spew the same ideology on all things that you have. I could point out many things that you say that he says quite the opposite of. So it's amazing to me, again, that you have this blanketed idea. There's over 8 billion people on planet Earth, but yet you think there's only one way for people to operate, which is insane. It's insane. That's insanity. There was a person with a small mustache that believed the same way. I'm just gonna let you know. There was a person with a small mustache that
Are
thought
you
that he was
familiar with
superior.
the armed forces, my brother? Are you familiar with the armed forces? Army,
Never,
Navy, Marines,
I
Coast
know
Guard.
I know what it is. I've never been a part of
And
those.
what I'm saying, when it comes to the battlefield, right? They have values, and they don't have separate values for men and women. They don't have separate values depending upon your race. They don't have separate values depending upon where you're from. Everybody's supposed to align with the same set of values on that battlefield. When
But
it
that's
comes
not
to leadership,
true.
hold on. When it comes to leadership, right? We don't switch the definition of honor or integrity or self-discipline, right? It is what it is, and we either meet the standard or we don't meet the standard, right? So yes, in terms of a personality, we can all defer. We can all, in terms of having opinions, we might have different opinions, right? But when it comes to solid principles and values, I don't believe that integrity should mean something different depending upon who you are.
But this is the thing. No, this is the thing, right? So if you Yo, fam, first of all, you using the armed forces as a standard of honor and integrity is hilarious. It's so hilarious, but it's apropos to the situation because it leads to the double-mindedness and the hypocrisy to which you operate in, right? Because again, America is a self-righteous regime where they will impose rules for thee, but not for me, right? They will say, oh, don't steal, but yet and still they stole this land. They'll say don't delete, but yet and still they delete masses of people to get what they want. They'll say don't do this and don't do that, but we know that our country was built off the very things that they say don't do and they say are immoral to do. So it's hilarious to me, even though I do appreciate the people in the armed services who made the sacrifices that they made for us to be safe, and I really appreciate that. With that being said, I'm not naive enough to believe that we are to be held to the standard of of the United States or what they say and how they operate and what they do. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. It's asinine. So it's like, yo, it's right. He wants, it's like you want, hold on real quick. That's a lot of noise. It's like he wants 100% of humans to be the exact same like robots. He's a bird. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. What you're saying is the small mustache man ideology is crazy. It's crazy, bro.
Hey, can I ask you?
Go ahead, God. Hold on real quick, Brownsville. Go ahead, God and Lancer. You got it. What's up, bro?
A couple of questions that came to mind, but I'll ask them one at a time. Hey, okay. So I'll do it this way. Would you say, because I heard you quote some verses of the Bible, and
are you talking
would you say
to me or Brownsville?
Well, 80% Brownsville, 20% you. So you can kind of like chime in if you want to. Okay. All right.
He can answer. Go ahead.
All right. So first part would be, would you agree that out of everything that we have in this world, via from religion, military, everything, would you say that the moral compass that we have as a standard comes from religion, be it Christianity, Islam, Judaism, whatever it is? Would I be correct in saying that statement?
All right, so let him answer. Oh, yo, give me a second, Brownsville, before you answer that. Mr. Sean, appreciate you, bro. Follow. He said, it seems like you have your hands full over there to be coming here saying anything. This is self-righteous and hypocritical. You are ignorantly biased. And I agree wholeheartedly with you, Mr. Sean. I see that the same way, and that's why I tell the brother to his face. I think that he's like, it's just ridiculous the amount of hypocrisy or the amount of self-righteousness that he comes with. I can't, that's the thing I just can't take. Yo, because of my man, Mr. Sean, appreciate you. We just need 10 people, at least $5 a piece. Y'all help us reach our goal. This is definitely a dope discussion. I do appreciate him coming through. I do appreciate him saying his ideology and viewpoints, even though I don't agree with most of the things he's saying. Go ahead, Brownsville. You can answer the brother's question if you like. And then you can say what you guys say after that.
Can you repeat the question, my brother? Because I didn't really understand what you were asking.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Because this is multi-part questions. Going to get to the meat of what I'm trying to get to. Okay. So would it be correct in saying that religion is where we get our moral compass standard for us as humans, regardless of what the religion is?
I wouldn't say religion in itself. I would say the spiritual text. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, be it that you use scripture yourself, right? So I would say now, would you believe that you are someone of perfection?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know that any of the prophets that have ever come, would you agree that they were the best of what mankind has come? And this is why they were given the responsibility of being prophets. Would that be correct?
No.
No?
No.
You don't believe that the prophets themselves were the best of mankind when it comes to integrity, honor, respect, morals, all these things, the standards by which we hold?
No, God and Lancer, not
or by
all
which you were standing on.
Wait, God and Lancer, I would say I would agree with him. Not all of them. Some of them were, but we know like Moses was considered a deleter. We know that David was considered a liar and a deleter. Noah was considered a drunkard. So there's certain, now of course Esau or Jesus is the best of the best. Muhammad is the best of the best. But other than those two, Yeah, nah. Like those brothers. Abraham lied and said Sarah was his cousin in order to keep from getting the wrath of the people of their land that they were in. So no, we cannot say that the prophets were necessarily a standard of morality or a standard of anything other than God chose them to deliver a message or to deliver
But what it may be that you would be striving for, if we had to choose example, like nobody is perfect, everybody is flawed. If there was a standard that you was trying to aim for your best, getting to where he's trying to aim to, based on what his conversation has been, for what I've listened to in the past half an hour, everything that he speaks on, that he is holding himself to, I would assume that that those would be the standards that you're trying to aim to, or at least what you're trying to mimic. Unless there's another.
Okay, you want
Yes.
the answer is, sir? Oh, yes, the standard is to strive for righteousness, right? We strive for perfection, knowing that we are imperfect, right? So there could be instances where I can have a conversation with my son, right? I could contradict myself, right? I could make a mistake, and he holds me accountable and say, "Well, Dad, you told me this here, but I seen you doing this here. Why did you do it?" And then at that point, I'm being called to the carpet, and I have to accept accountability for whatever missteps that I had, right? So I'm not saying I'm perfect, and I'm not saying that people are perfect, but what I'm saying is what I believe is we should be striving for perfection each and every day, knowing that we're not going to ultimately reach it, but that should be the goal that we're trying to obtain.
Okay, all right, okay. Now, based off you admitting one mistake, right? And I'm glad that you even came forth to actually make yourself relative to those that you give example of, right? In that scenario, based on what you was trying to convince Izzy to do, would you say that your son would have a right in that moment to treat you as if from that mistake should disregard anything that you've done up to then, and then you would have to do something to try to restart the situation again? You get what I'm saying?
Yes, so I agree with that. Right now, I have to own up to accountability, and I have to show him that I'm trying to be better. Right, I'm moving in a better direction. Right, and
So would your son have the right to
unless and
disown
until
you at
Hold on,
that point, though?
Wait, hold on, God and Lantern. Let him answer your question in his full answer,
My
and
apologies. My apologies.
then until you ask him another question. Go ahead, Browser. You got it.
And if I satisfy his level of what he feels like I'm you know sorry for, or I'm taking accountability for, that's how we move forward. That I satisfy that disparaging whatever the situation is, that I make amends, right? When we fall short, right, our duty is to make amends to whatever transgression that may presents itself, right? And it's not up to us to determine if we've made amends. It's up to the person that we offended that determines that.
All right.
Okay. So hearing that response, then wouldn't you say the same way that your son would give you grace, right? For you to show that even though that mistake, that mishap, whatever it was not the definition of you, right? And you continue to strive, there wouldn't Izzy Bands being who he is in relationship with the dude that he's defending, with all the good that he has done and he has had his slip up, regardless of how you feel about it, wouldn't he have the right to give him that grace? Wouldn't the standard be across the board the same? Unless you're saying it's different for you and different for somebody else.
So if I do something publicly, right? And I publicly, it's a misstep, right? It's up to me to be held accountable for that, right? And if you feel like that by you watching me and you listening to me and you seeing me move, that I haven't made atonement for the transgressions, for the sins, then you have the right to feel that way. You have the right to think that way, right? It's up to you to determine if you want to give me grace or not, or if I, was held accountable enough, right? It's not up to me, right? Yes, grace should be extended or applied, in which I said that, right? But what I said was, hey, if this person is held accountable, right? So if this person's held accountable for his transgression, then yes, absolutely, we got to give them grace, 100%. But I'm talking about a situation in which the people are not being held accountable for what they're advocating in terms of violence against women, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if he came publicly and said, well, you know what? I totally disagree with that, or I misspoke, or I was joking, and I shouldn't be joking about domestic violence and advocating for that on a public platform, and I never do it again, and then never does it again. Yes, then we gotta apply grace to say, well, yeah, he said it, he owned up to it, he was held accountable for it. Now we're moving forward, and we're looking at him the same way we looked at him before. Does that answer your question, sir?
Give me 1 second if y'all don't mind. Hey, listen, I'm gonna give Brownsville 9 more minutes before I put the bounty on, because we're gonna do our normal show. I appreciate Brownsville coming up and talking to me. You're more than welcome to stay if you want, Brownsville, or whatever the case may be. Shout out to Chanel's Reality, shout out to my man Godlin Lantern. Give me 1 quick second. So 9 minutes after I finish welcoming everybody, I'm gonna give Brownsville to be up here without any bounty on him at all, so he can speak freely. But I know, after a while, he said, is it masculine to talk about me, but afraid to converse with? I'm not afraid to converse with anybody. Shout out to Brandon86. Salute. What's up, Brandon86? What's up, P? What's up? Taylor Bell, what's going on, homie? How you doing? What up? Yo, what's up? J. Jermaine said, big facts. Facts. Money Marco in the building has always been the same way. I definitely have. Thank you, Money Marco, for recognizing that. Shout out to Marcus Evans. What up, brother Mills? What's up, brother Evans? How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Andrew Teller in the building is very fair to Deborah Kim too. I'm fair to everybody. Shout out to that. Red Scorpio, why do you feel like you have to have his approval about anything? I don't. But I'm not afraid to have the conversation, brother. I'm not afraid to have the conversation. Red Scorpio, salute to you. JD1975 said, how about you talk to dirty folks? Yeah, you should talk to dirty folks about whatever dirty folks are saying. Shout out to my guy, Dirty Folks, though. Shout out to Windchime, exactly. The Audacity Show said, at least we have hearing you out. At least we are hearing you out, I think you wanted to say. Shout out to my man, Cage Darfire. Kojak said, she sure did, Izzy, and I got highly offended as a black man. You're calling for the deletion of me, my male family members, and black male friends. That's foul. Talking about PhD, but I think. What's up, DK to ATL? And said, facts is, my man Cole said, right, Izzy, you was checking him. I was checking him. Others here was checking him. I think he's talking about dirty folks. What's up, Petty Pendergrass said, right. What's up, Petty Pete? Dassy, my man Casey said, as usual, Brownsville always passing the buck, huh, Izzy? Yeah, you know it. Too feminine for you said, I like what Brownsville said. He makes sense. Of course, y'all like him. Shout out to Brownsville. Shout out to that. Chanel's Reality said, hey, party people. What's up, Chanel? Ignorant TV says, salute, Izzy Bands and chat, salute to you, family. Lord Jefferson said, it's called a conversation. That is always implied. Come on, people's opinion don't reflect the show's opinion. That's a fact. That's a fact, bro. Appreciate you. Shout out to Kills in the building. Kills said, the only time when you gave your cousin pushback when Ben was on the platform, and that talk a few days ago. Well, I didn't hear that. I heard, so that's 2 times. I heard him give him pushback when that white supremacist dude came on his panel maybe a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago now. I heard Brownsville give Sharon pushback. That was the only time I heard Brownsville give Sharon pushback. But then again, I go live some of the same times, so I can't say, and that's what I'm saying with Brownsville. Sharon and I go live some of the same time so much is it's hard for me to believe, especially with some of those things that you're saying, that you actually are able to catch everything that I say and do, which is obviously that you do not. Shout out to my man Emperor. He said, nah, dude has no business speaking on me when he knows nothing about me. Shout out to that. Bishop JG Main said, this is woman nonsense. What's up? What's up, man? On 963? What's going on, fam? So what about violence against men? Good question. Chanel's Reality said, that was condescending, Mr. Brownsville. Yes, it was. He was being condescending. He knows it. He knows it. He thinks he's better, huh? But he isn't. That's a fact. I got 4 goddaughters, 1 grown godson, and 2 god grandsons. I've even sacrificed my own career for my people. Who the hell you think you are to judge me? That's a good question. I don't understand why y'all think y'all could judge people. It's weird to me, but it is what it is. Get your buster ass up out of here. You know nothing about me or mine or the great or good things I do. Kick rocks. Get the hell up out of here. Go. You don't know about how I used to go back to the hood and mentor in the heart of Detroit in my old hood and used to get complaints because I was uplifting the kids and their single moms. Shout out to that. My man, Bishop J.J. Man said, preach. What's up, living humbly? Salute, man. Salute is in chat. What the hell been going on these past 3 days? I don't know what to believe. I'm caught up on that 10 a.m., but let me be quiet because people like to screenshot. Hey, living humbly, you know, over here, we the cool side. We never try to shame you about where you go or what you say. See, this is the thing. I don't run no dictatorship. These are grown people with their own life, and they got a right to go to what channel they want to go to. They got a right to rock with whoever they want to rock with, and they got a right to say whatever they want to say. Now, I will say this, living humbly, whatever you say, you should stand on it, though. Shout out to Voice of Venus. What's up, sister? So what's going on here? Good to see you, Venus. Come holla at me when you're consulted to work on literally the tallest building in the world, like I have. Google Burrow Dubai, the work on that building. I did work on that building. Shout out to him. Boris the B said a real fake one. Glow Donata said, let him respond. What's up, Glow? Emperor Code said, exactly, Izzy. We don't believe that. We don't believe that. It's an utter lie. Bruh. He forgets that even Jesus Christ himself cussed when he was mad in the tabernacle, flipping tables, calling folks all types of names. F out of here. It is what it is. It's all good. American Tradesman was like, he also forgets that Jesus hung out with the worst of the worst. That's why they were talking about him the way they did. Shout out to Easy Clownsville. Damn. How can you discipline your son when you speak to him like your mother, who you can't discipline? That's a good question. I'm gonna leave that for you to answer when you go back after you respond. Bishop J.J. Man said, you Brownsville ninjas are going to have to take this L. Nah, this not on all Brownsville. That's just on him. But this is the thing. Brownsville, you say that you don't wear a mask, but you literally go by the name. You don't go by your name. You go by our city, our town, our place of residence, our area in New York. You don't go by your name. So you say you don't wear a mask. I doubt it. Shout out to America's first rifleman. Thank you. It's been 4 months, but I do appreciate you paying that $5 4 months later. Thank you, America's first rifleman. Because of AFR, we only need 9 people, at least $5 a piece, man. I guess better late than never, AFR. I appreciate it. It's been so long, I forgot. Shout out to AFR. I appreciate you, bro. Women don't like a man being honest. If you ask me if I hate black women, well, we effing or what? I'm not fallback, LOL. Yo, see, I don't agree with that philosophy, but it's funny. He being funny. I don't agree with that for the record, because I gotta say that because damn, nigga be like, see, Izzy lets men talk to women. However, Izzy hates the ladies. I'm sorry, I forgot to wipe my shoes. Good day, everyone. What's up, the Wildest Wake Up Show? Is that Ruben stuff? Never mind. See, always taking shots. Money Marco said, how do I look? Yo, Shun, I look, man, I don't look fat. What TV are you watching? Anyway, Money Marco said most of the prophets of the Bible were flawed. Yes, yes, they were. What's up, Dollar Washer? The biggest degenerate have the loudest voice. That makes sense. Venus said, hell no. Have you seen the chat? Meaning that no, people are not righteous. People are not moral. Tato Mills, what's up, family? And these aren't the argument he wins at. It's marriage debates he's good at. Yeah. Izzy Band, he's talking like a woman. Get him the F up out of here. He got, after I get finished, he got 10 minutes on his own accord. Y'all can't touch him. And then after 10 minutes, I'm going to let y'all do what y'all do. How can you discipline your son when you speak? I read that one. I'm going to let him answer that. Tato Mills said, ninjas ain't gonna let you bring them down all day. That's a fact. That's a fact. And nor should they. Nor should they. Okay, Brownsville, would you like to
Hey, before he wanted to I actually want to ask I want to piggyback on that question he asked about the whole multi speaking to everybody the same. It don't make sense, and it's why I have to majorly push back, because even regardless of how you can't speak to your mom the way you speak to your wife, because you have to honor your mom a bit more because she's your mother. So you have to deal with her differently. You deal with your father differently because you also have to honor him. Your wife, you have to love her, but you also have to lead her. So you have to speak to her differently. And then your children, you have to raise to guide, and you also have to discipline them. So you have to speak to them differently. So there's no way you can speak to all of them exactly the same way. Maybe the tone is the same. I guess maybe if you want to kind of throw that in there, but there's no way you can speak to all of them the same. And anybody who's been married, who's had multiple wives like I had before, if you have children, there's no way that you can be forthright in your honesty and say that you are able to deal with them all in the same exact manner.
I go. You got it, Brownsville.
Hey, can you hear me, my brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Go ahead. You got it.
So, speaking to someone is differently from treating how you treat someone, right? So you use the word honor, right? Honor is not just how you speak to people, it's how you care for people, how you take care of people, how you show reverence to people, right? And yes, I agree with that. You show reverence to people differently based upon your relationship with them. You care for people differently based upon your relationship with them. But when you speak to people, right, if you are a man of standard, you should be willing to speak to everyone the same based upon your level of honor, right? And the question was, how can I discipline my son if I speak to him the same way I speak to my mother? Once again, discipline requires more than just verbal discourse, right? Discipline requires actions. Discipline requires sacrifice. Discipline requires time spent in the mentorship aspect, right? So we got to think more deeply about what we're saying and what we're referencing than just the surface level, right? What I'm talking about is how I communicate with people. So I communicate with everyone the same.
When you say the
And
same,
I'm
what
not
do
perfect.
you mean by the same? When you say the same, what do you mean by the same? Just so I can understand what you're saying.
With the same level of temperament, the same level of discipline, the same level of integrity. You're not going to I don't come on the internet. It's not performative to me, right? I don't speak one way and then now I'm in a different situation and I'm yelling and screaming, cussing and all this stuff, and I'm acting out of character.
But
Like
okay,
a lot of men profess, and they'll say, well, hey, when I come online, I vent. So when you hear me use profanity, you hear me say this, that, and the third, that's me venting and that's me decompressing
wait,
or what
okay.
have you.
no.
Wait,
I
hold on, God Atlanta. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this real quick because we gotta keep it a little shorter at Brownsville. Let me say this. So you believe that, like, yo, so just because you don't curse, right? Just because you don't believe in using profane words, but just because that's your standard, you think that that should be every man's standard? Like, that's not my standard. If I want to say a cuss word, I'm grown. I'm gonna say a cuss word. Like, that's just what I'm gonna do. It doesn't matter. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I may use profanity, sometimes I may not. Sometimes to me, a joke is funnier if you put a curse word in there. Sometimes it's not. But like, my standard is to not is doesn't have anything to do with cursing, right? Using a profane word. Like, at the end of the day, if that's what I want to do, that's what I'm going to do. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's weird. So I've said words around everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm the same way that I am online. At the same time, just like I don't treat Emperor Cole the same way I treat TMKC, and just like I don't treat TMKC the same way I treat my man God and Lantern, is the same way in life. I don't treat my mama the same way I treat my son. I don't treat my son. I have a general respect for everybody, but there's a certain level of reverence that I'm gonna give to my mama that I'm not gonna give to my son because he's my son.
You
And
just
that's my
said the
mama.
same thing I said, though, Izzy. You just said the same thing I
no,
said.
no, because what Izzy is saying is, look, okay, let me say it this way, right? So hypothetically, right, for an example, you're talking to your mother, right? And your mother, 9 or 10 times, as usual, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a chance that your mother can interject what you're saying, mid conversation. And you're not gonna really push back, anything like that. You actually, for the most part, your mom can pretty much run over you in a conversation, and you will give her that verbal. Now we're talking communication still. Your mother can actually do that with you, right? Because she's your mother. She gave birth to you. She changed your pampers. She freaking raised you, and you would deal with her accordingly. In that manner, she has that standard. That's your communication with her. Even with your father, that's your communication with him. Your wife, that wouldn't be the exact conversation with your wife. You would
I
have a more
totally disagree.
balanced
So let me respond to that, my
conversation.
brother.
So your
Let me
wife will
respond to
run
that.
over you in the conversation.
Wait, hold on,
So
gotta let him respond. Go ahead.
I totally wholeheartedly disagree with what you just said, right? The same grace in a conversation that I give to my mother is the same grace in a conversation I give to my wife, is the same grace in a conversation that I give to my children. You see, I don't believe in a dictatorship when it comes to the household, right? My wife can hold me accountable. I can hold her accountable. My children can hold me accountable. I can hold them accountable.
Wait.
Yes,
Hold
there's
on.
a
That's not
certain.
what we're talking about here.
Hold on, God Atlanta. I apologize. Let me.
You're not letting me finish. But go
No,
ahead.
I got you. I apologize if I can. I just need to clarify a question. When you say your children could hold you accountable, what does that look like exactly? Because I don't understand that. What does that mean to you?
Yes. So if I'm going up against my word, so if I gave them a certain directive, right? Like if I say, well, hey, I don't want you smoking. I don't want you vaping. I don't want you putting those type of toxins in your body because they're dangerous and they're harmful to you, right? And then they see me smoking or vaping in real time, right? Yes, absolutely. They can hold me accountable to my hypocrisy, right? And if y'all can't understand that, then it just shows that
Wait,
there's
hold on.
levels
No,
Hold on. I gotta like, hold on.
there's levels to integrity, right?
But see, hold
And
on. Time out.
my integrity does not waver depending upon my relationships.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the problem. This is the problem right here, and you just did it again, right?
yeah,
First,
you playing
first
mental gymnastics.
hold on real quick. First of all, you just introduced that concept. I asked you to clarify it. I haven't even had a chance to really consume what you're saying, and then you're automatically attaching a negative connotation to it if I don't accept your premise. If I don't agree with you, then that means that there has to be something inherently wrong with me, which is a flawed premise in and of itself. But this is the thing that I immediately thought of, just for the record. So if your children should happen to catch you and your wife being intimate in an intimate encounter, do they have a right to check you and say, oh, you're being intimate, and why can't we be intimate?
They have the right to check me and say, well, hey, why did I put myself in a position to do it openly to where they can see it, right? So,
Wait.
me and my wife, we're not being intimate in that way unless the doors are closed and locked, right? So they can't just bust in to us being intimate, right? That takes a certain level of discipline. Once again, all of this comes down to discipline, right? And what I'm saying is it's important for men to practice what they preach, right? So if you're teaching your children a certain way, you should try your hardest to be the personification of what you're teaching.
So what's the point of being? Wait, if a child could do everything that an adult could do, what's the point of being an adult in the first place? If your children have
That's
the
a
same,
mischaracterization.
hold on real quick. If your children have the same rights, the same say so, the same autonomy that you have as an adult, what's the point of being an adult? I don't understand. Help me understand that. That
So
doesn't
you
make
mischaracterized what I said. I did not say at one time that children have the same autonomy as their parents. What I did say is accountability between parents and children, I believe works both ways, right? So my children can't tell me to go to my room and close the door. My children can't take my phone away. My children can't hold me accountable in the same way that I can hold them accountable. However, they can hold me accountable to the teachings that I am delivering unto them. And if I am showing hypocritical behaviors that goes up against the teachings that I've given to them, they do have every right to hold me accountable to that.
But hold on, but what in some of your teachings, right? As a parent, wouldn't some of your teachings be age specific, right? There's some things that they can't do at 10 years old that you would allow those same children to do at 16 and 17 years old. There's some of the things that they can't do at 5 and 6 years old that you would allow them to do, or you wouldn't mind them doing at 20, 21, 22, 23 years old. Isn't some of the restrictions that you put on your children, wouldn't they be for their protection and for their development rather than for their punishments per se? Some things that you can do that are okay for you to do that they can't do, in other words.
Yes. And those conversations are had, right? And that's a part of the teaching, right? I can say, hey, yes, if I want to, I'm old enough to consume alcohol if I want to, right? Because I'm following the law. Law states that you cannot drink alcohol until you're 21 years old, right? So what I'm saying is my teachings isn't contrary to the law. My teachings isn't contrary to what's right or righteous. All I'm saying is if my teachings become hypocritical, then yes, I do allow them the space to hold me accountable to that. And to me, that just creates balance within a family, right? Because it's not a dictatorship.
Yeah, but that's not what we talk. Okay, see, you're trying to throw a negative shade onto um what I'm saying about because you essentially agree with me through your response to Izzy without even realizing it, about explaining how the conversation is inherently different with your children, right? I'm not even going to use ages. Let's just say the fact of that you're not going to speak to your son and give him guidance the same way you would speak to your daughter and give her guidance, because they live in two different realities. She has to deal with separate things as she grows up. She needs separate lessons. Your son has to grow up in the world differently, and he has to have separate lessons. You cannot have the same exact conversation the same exact way between the both of them. You can't. And if you're going to pretend
Okay.
that you
So if
can,
that's your claim, my brother,
it's not true.
okay, if that's your claim, give me an example to where I have to give one standard to my daughter and one standard that's contrary to that standard to my son.
Wait, hold on. Before you
Okay.
do that, hold on,
Okay.
got the lantern. Before you do that, I'm gonna let you got it. Give me 1 second. Shout out to my man, son, to think about with L Nix for the $5. Appreciate you. And because of L Nix, we just need 8 more people, at least $5 a piece. Y'all help us reach our goal. This is definitely a dope discussion. Y'all are welcome to come up on the panel. The panel's open. The bounties are open too, by the way. Some because it's been more than 10 minutes. Something to think about with L Nix $5 say. It's crazy how people entertain strangers trying to impose their beliefs and standards on them, and then turn around and say, we don't like echo chambers. Right. That is astounding to me as well. Go ahead, my brother, Goddamn Lantern. You got it. You there, brother? You muted if you're talking, Goddamn Lantern. You got it, bro. You there, brother? I just wanted to respect the money.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, my apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Go ahead.
So here is a clear example, right? Excluding, I'm going to remove anything about the Deen of Islam from my end, anything religious. We're just going to put the logical standard of what a female is, what a male is, and how in their regards, outside of just, let's remove the fact that as a Muslim or Christian, you should stay a virgin until you're married, blah, 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 right? Let's just remove that. Let's just get it down to the bare bones of male and female. That you would teach your daughter that because she carries the burden of a child, because she is the one who has to take on the full responsibility of carrying the life, regardless if the boy that she decides to lay with decides to help her in that journey with that child or not. It is fully her responsibility. Remove all safety nets of abortions and what you call adoptions. Remove all of those things and give it down to the bare bones of you got to deal with the consequence that you make a decision on when it comes to sex. She has to. The conversation with her has to automatically be, this is the burden that you must carry, regardless of who you lay with. You need to look at sex in that scope. And with the boy, huh?
No, but this is the thing.
Hold on. Let me respond. He posed it to me. Let me respond, brother.
No, hold on real quick. He's not finished, but give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Goddamn Lantern. I apologize. I'm going to let you finish, Goddamn Lantern, and then you can respond, Brownsville. But I want to say this. I agree with Tato Mills. You, Brownsville, are purposely having a different conversation and changing the complexity of what was initially purported. The initial proportion was you can't talk to everybody the same. He's purposely not acknowledging your side of the argument. How are you able to talk to everyone the same way? And the answer is
that's
you're
true.
Not. Right.
Well, he tried to. He tried to leverage it like that. That's what he had an example. That's why I remove all the bare bones, that's why I brought it down to bare bones. I removed anything about the Deen of Islam, which I live by. If he's a Christian, the Bible, anything, commandments, anything about any other safety nets that can be used, or she can abort it, or there's somebody can adopt it. Let's leave it down.
Wait, hold on. Please,
my apologies.
Just in case.
My apologies. I remove all safety nets or escape routes to the reality of sex. This is a conversation that you must have inherently differently between your daughter and your son. Now with the son, you heard the conversation with the daughter, right? The key thing that she has to have on her mindset with. Now the boy, yes, if you're an honorable man, if you're a man of whatever standard, yes, of course, Even if the conversation is, yes, you should make sure that you're in the child's life. It's also still, even in that same conversation, you would still have to tell your son that he does not necessarily carry the burden like a girl does. He doesn't. He doesn't, because if he was to die, well, you know what? Screw that. He does not carry the burden. And that is a clear separation of conversation. Clear, that's a clear example of what you would have to give in a conversation to your daughter and a conversation you would give to your son. One thing you have to specifically give to your daughter about the reality of what would happen with pregnancy, and one thing that you would not necessarily have to give to your son. If you're respectful and you have honor, yes, you will tell him to be in a child's life, but he does not, even with that, he does not carry the burden of having to have that child. And that's a clear separation.
Go ahead, let him respond. Let him respond to that. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Hey, my brother, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I had another call come in, so I wanted to make sure I was good.
Yeah.
So I totally disagree with you, my brother. Because I understand you may raise your kids that way, but I don't raise my kids that way. I don't raise my kids and tell them that there's a double standard when it comes to sex. It's one standard. And what I teach them, what I train them to do, is to know that their body is the temple of God, and they shouldn't desecrate it for anyone. Right?
I said remove all of the fat and leave off the bones, bro.
I got you. Hold on, God and Lantern. Let him respond, and then you could address it in a second. Let him respond first. One mic, y'all. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Brownsville.
Let me finish. Right? I teach them that they should attempt to their best abilities to obtain marriage if they're having unprotected sexual intercourse, right? That the standard should be, if you're trying to engage in what is supposed to be sacred, that you're doing it with someone that you can trust, someone that you align with, someone that you're willing to bear fruit and multiply with. Because if you have unprotected intercourse, that's a possibility, right? Whether you are a boy and whether you are a girl. I think the problem with our society is we believe in these double standards in which women should be held to a higher standard of, maintaining her body and her virginity and her purity. And then we're telling the man, well, he doesn't have to do that. That creates imbalance. That creates a schism. That creates the problem that we have right now. So no, I don't teach my kids differently when it comes to sex. It's one standard, and I teach them and train them both to try to maintain that one standard.
All right.
Hey, may I respond?
Yes, sir. You got it.
Please. Okay, listen. Now, this is the reason why I very specifically gave the disclaimer, right? Because if you know anything about Islam, you know dang sure, you already know there's no even such thing as dating. So there's no such thing as just having sex before marriage, anything like that. This is why I removed all of this, because I wanted you to get to the raw bones of an example of why there's a different conversation between both. If you remove all of the fat and meat, meaning religion, or whatever other safety nets that could be used to help her protect herself from the consequences of having sex, whatever it is, if you was to remove all of that, religion included, remove all of that and leave it to the bare bones of male and female are both having sex. Here's a male, here's a female. Let's remove the fact that they're even your kids. Let's just say you're speaking, leave it as kids. One is male, one is female. Remove all the religion, remove all of the safety nets that she may have or he may have, And just the fact of the conversation of they both are participating with sex. One has to carry the burden of the child. Unless you're telling me a man can carry the child, one has an inevitable reality that must be drilled into their head, and that's
Right.
the girl.
But listen,
And that is
don't.
why it's paramount.
Can I respond to that,
That's
my
all I'm
brother?
No,
Because
speaking
no,
on.
no,
I gotta
no.
go.
Hold on, real quick.
I
That's
gotta
a
go.
clear
So can I
example,
Wait,
man.
respond to
hold
that?
on real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me just before because no. I want to say this. I want to say this before you go, and I'm gonna let you respond real quick. Yo, this is the thing. Shout out to Freedom 557. Yo, it's really not even we don't even have to go there. Let's just go to the fact that when there's certain people like your mother or like your wife, they have a certain level of understanding. They have a certain level of experience, a certain level of understanding that you share. So you're going to communicate with them on a different level than you're going to communicate with, let's say, a child that doesn't have the same experience or the same level of understanding. It's that simple. But go ahead. You got it. Brownsville, you got it.
So once again, I don't subscribe to the double standard when it comes to responsibility. When it comes to the fact that kids are created by men and women, I believe that the man, even though he does not carry the child, that yes, he does bear the same burden as the woman. And it's crazy to me that men feel differently about that. I don't understand that. I believe that the responsibility is equal and should be considered equal, irrespective of who has to carry the baby, right? So that's my point there. There's not a double standard. There's one standard, and it's once a baby is created, the man is equally responsible for nurturing and teaching that child as the woman. Secondly, right, when I'm talking about conversations, right, absolutely correct. You can't teach a fifth grader the same way you teach somebody who's in pre-K. That wasn't the point, though. That wasn't the point. That's called the conflation, my brother. My point was,
No.
Yeah, stop. Hold on. Got a lantern. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brownsville. Go ahead. Go ahead. You say
my point was my temperament, my tone, my level of integrity, my level of consistency, the way I communicate, my level of respect is going to be the same regardless of who I'm talking to. But yes, I do agree with you that when you're teaching or when you're dealing with somebody who lacks comprehension, right? You do have to break things down in a way that they will understand it.
right.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
Well, hold on. So, in essence, that I was the one that brought the point to light, and I said, "There's no way possible. It's not realistic that you communicate with everyone the same way because you have to meet the people where they are." That was my exact statement, and that's what I was saying from the very beginning. So, again, it's not a realistic thing that you communicate with everybody the exact same way. That's not even realistic. That's not even a logical statement, and that's why I said from the beginning, and I just proved that just now. Let me read this. He dropped off. He had to go. But yo, listen, if y'all want to keep the show going, we just need 8 people. We just need 8 people to help us reach our goal. Help us reach our goal. Everybody throw $5 at us. Everybody throw $5 at us to help us reach our goal. We just need 8 people to reach our goal. I guess he got a call again, but I know you got to go. But let me go ahead. What were you saying, bro? You there, Brownsville? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. So what I was saying is you guys were conflating my point. When I said I'm the same way regardless of who I'm speaking to. I'm talking about my tone. I'm talking about my level of integrity. I'm talking about my level of discipline. My decorum is always going to be the same. Now, yes, if somebody's lacking understanding, right, you might have to break things down differently than somebody who's at a different level of intellect or a different level of understanding or comprehension, right? That's that's crazy if you think that that's what I was talking about. Like if we're talking and you got that type of understanding from what I was saying, that's wild to me.
See, but that's what I'm saying. But you see, your communication is wild. You always put the onus on everybody else but yourself. You are if you're miscommunicating or you communicating something crazy, you say, "Well, if you're slow and you don't understand, no, we just don't agree with you." If you said something you misspoke, which I said is an illogical statement that you made, well, if that's what you got from that, that's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. That's the level of conflation that you do and the level of blanketed gaslighting that you do that tries to make it seem like there's something inherently wrong with everybody else but you. And that is a very flawed way of communicating. You'll never be a leader of men, and only weak men and women and weak women will follow you. Women that have something going on, women that have some intelligence, they're going to see right through the BS, because what you're saying is very, very self-righteous, is very, very flawed, and has no real substance to it. Yo, make sure y'all support the show. We need 8 people, at least $5 a piece. Let me read this real quick. Shout out to my man Impico. In other words, moving the goalpost. That's the daggone right. That's daggone right. Shout out to Coach Ferg. By age 26, less than 5% of all males are virgins. Everybody is getting in, regardless of what parents say. Okay. Shout out to my guy. Something to think about with L. Knicks. All have different beliefs, standards, morals, and experiences. That's diversity amongst men. The only way we can work together is to focus on common issues, not the differences. That's a fact. I agree 1,000%. And that's why I was trying to get this brother to understand. I don't understand how he thinks that everybody should have the same standard and morals. It's ridiculous. Over 8 billion people on the planet, over 400 million people in America. That does not make sense. EJ, what's up, family? What's going on? Truth Over Emotion said, if males and females having sex raw, unprotected, they don't have any standards before marriage. That's the problem. I agree with that, and I agree with y'all say that. Freedom 557 said, great show, Izzy. Thank you, sis. Women get passes, men get lashes. That's what it sounds like, and that's sad. Make sure y'all support the show, especially through the Cash App. We need a sponsor. Where's the sponsorships at? If y'all want your comments highlighted red, if y'all want to keep the show going, we got 8 minutes now. We need at least 8 people, $5 a piece, 8 minutes. Kasim, what's up? I believe men are equally involved in the biological process of conception. Men have agency in their sexual choices and contraceptive use. Men definitely have agency as well. Straight up gaslighting. He needs to see a psychiatrist, a therapist. Psychologist ain't going to do it. I don't want to. You're doing the same thing I'm accusing him of doing. Don't do that. Shout out to Braston Snapian. What's up? Tree said right. All right. 8 people, y'all. 8 minutes. Support the show. Go ahead, family. Y'all got it.
So I'm gonna say this in closing, right? Because I gotta go. And it was a pleasure speaking with y'all. Like, what I'm saying is, I don't believe in echo chambers, right? Which is why I'm here. Which is why I've never ran away from any type of tough conversation, right? I don't mind going back and forth with somebody who don't agree with me, right? We can speak to what we agree with and then speak also to what we disagree with, and that's okay, right? I don't expect everybody to just align themselves to how I am, right? You have to live with yourself at the end of the day. So my opinion should not matter that much to you, right? Just like your opinion does not matter that much to me. Right. We all have the right to have an opinion. But at the end of the day, Israel Mills, this is what I wholeheartedly believe. All men and women are judged by, or measured is a better word, are measured by their results, right? So anybody can proclaim leadership. Anybody can come online and say, you know, I'm a
You're breaking up. You're breaking up really, really bad.
Ability to be. Can you hear me, my brother?
I can hear you now. You broke up between anybody could proclaim, and then you broke. I didn't understand that.
Driving. I'm driving, but can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Right. So what I said was, everybody has a right to their opinion.
I heard that.
Right. But at the end of the day, all men and women are measured by their results.
Heard
right.
That.
So if you say anybody can proclaim to be a leader, like you just talked about leadership, anybody can proclaim to be a leader. Right. Mm-hmm. But my response to somebody saying they're a good leader is show me your results. Right. So if you say you have the ability to lead women or lead a family, show me your results. Are you in a committed relationship? If the answer is no, then you haven't proven that you have the ability to lead a family, right?
That's not factual.
If you're a leader in your profession, right? Show me your results. Are you in a leadership position? Did somebody give you the opportunity to lead? And for how long? How many years? Et cetera, et cetera. If you're leading, no matter who you're leading, right? There should be some type of measures of results that you can back that claim up. So here's what I'll say to end the conversation. It was a pleasure speaking with both of y'all brothers. And it doesn't bother me when people have a different opinion or people say whatever they say about me. None of that stuff bothers me, because at the end of the day, I have to look myself in the mirror and hold myself accountable every single day. And I'm harder on myself than anyone can be on me. That's number one. Number two, I have to be accountable to the family that I'm leading, right? And it's important for me to maintain my consistency so that I'm not shown to be a hypocrite, right? That's very important to me. That's number two. And then number three, professionally, and when I'm just about walking the streets, my job, right, is to uphold my integrity, because integrity is not what you do when everybody's watching.
No kidding.
Integrity is what you do when nobody's watching, right? And that's where your discipline comes in. That's where your consistency comes in. So when I'm saying to you that I'm the same way in a conversation that we're having now than I am at home, that is how I maintain my discipline and consistency and my ability to be held accountable and to hold people accountable. Right?
1 second, but let me.
If I wasn't willing to be held accountable, I would not have came onto your show. If I wasn't willing to listen and hear you out, I would not have hit the panel. I would not have told you to drop the link. Right?
But hold on. But
we had a good conversation.
But
right?
hold on real quick. Hold on real quick before you go. Hold on real quick before you go, because let me add something. This is the thing, though, and this is the nuance. The thing is this: if you go and you go back, which you've done several times, and then you try to paint me with a broad brush that everybody else that you try to paint everybody with, then you didn't listen at all. You just came over here to espouse your rhetoric, because I let you talk for a long time. I've let you say what you had to say, right? It's not like you've really identified what I'm trying to say and really isolated what I'm saying to you. You've tried to justify your actions and justify how you move. You have not really listened and take accountability and be like, yo, you know what is, I do be painting people with a broad brush. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just, look at the thing of what it is and then take it at a case-by-case basis, instead of trying to make you seem like you're a lover of men, or instead of trying to make it seem like you hate women or you're against women. Because I could tell that you're not really against women. You're just speaking from your opinion, and sometimes you let other people speak. That's it. That's all.
And here's the thing, right? And I didn't really want to go into this, but since you brought it up, I have to. So when I said lover of men, I'm speaking to an ideology. I'm speaking to certain rhetoric that people espouse, right? For example, what I heard you espouse on Thursday was you're not willing to inform your sister that she's being disrespected and put in danger. You rather go to the guy, and then you even said, well, hey, if he tells me that he's on the right path, I'm willing to give him a whole pass for that one time, right? And what I'm saying is, when somebody's already shown themselves to be disrespectful and hurtful and put your loved ones in danger, no matter what you say to them, that's not going to determine how they decide to move going forward. So your loyalty and your responsibility should be to do your best. Not saying that she's going to listen to you and she's going to follow your advice, but at least
how is that doing your best?
Your best. You can do your best to inform your sister of what's going on to remove her out of danger. Now, if she chooses to stay within that danger and end up with an STD such as herpes, HIV, or end up in a situation to where a side chick can come into the situation and do harm to her because she wants the man for herself, etc., etc. There's all kind of things that can go wrong when infidelity takes place within a committed relationship. So I believe that if you are a man of honor and integrity and loyalty for your family members, then your number one duty, your number one responsibility is not just to check the man, which obviously you're going to check him when you see him right there. That's correct. But also, beyond checking him, you have to inform your family member that she's in danger and that no good sucker is the one who put her in danger. And however she chooses to move from that position is on her. But at least you warned her and you didn't set her up for failure.
But you're not setting her, and that's what I'm saying. And this, and again, that's your perspective. But as someone who's raised, hold on real quick, Adeline. As someone who's raised the way I was raised, which I was raised a Muslim, we don't never deal with a woman in that way. Like that would be paramount to breaking her heart. That would be paramount to destroying her. That would be paramount to bringing drama and gossip to her table. We don't do that. What we would do is we would deal with that man, whether physically or whether conversation wise, and it would be an understanding that would happen. So at the end of the day, you're entitled to feel how you feel about it, but to try to label me a lover of man because I handle that differently is incredibly disrespectful and incredibly inaccurate and incredibly self-righteous. Go ahead, God and Lantern, because y'all keep the show going. What's up? Everybody support the show. We need 8 people, man. What's happening? Go ahead, God and Lantern.
Nah, I want to also add too, man. All I'm hearing just of this portion of the conversation, all I heard for you and Brownsville is that the woman is to not, a man is not supposed to set up preventative measures. He is not supposed to discipline. He is not supposed to check her, and there's also no idea of what actions that she may have taken to actually put herself in that situation. Everything is woe is her, and we have to allow her to put her foot into the trap, get her out of it, but then still allow her to go out there to go do it. And that doesn't, to me, that don't make sense, because as a man who is supposed to be leading and guiding and protecting, then it's in your natural inclination to actually put those restrictive measures around her. When she does something that she's not supposed to do, you are supposed to check her and things like that. And but if she is just left to do whatever she wants to do, and for her to always have a bailout at the end, and you allow her to just go into the worst case scenario, you know what I mean? That just don't make no sense to me.
Well, my brother, I don't understand how you came to that conclusion within this conversation. I never said that men shouldn't lead women, men shouldn't hold women accountable, men shouldn't put safety measures in place to protect women. I've never espoused any of those ideas or said any of that rhetoric during this whole conversation. I think what's happening, hold on, my brother, because I let you speak, please. What's happening here is you're mischaracterizing my words, my thoughts, and my opinions. What me and Israel Mills were just speaking about was in reference to a hypothetical that he did a show about with my cousin on Thursday, in which the hypothetical was, if you as a brother saw your sister's significant other in an infidelity type of situation, right? How do you handle that? How do you handle her significant other being caught disrespecting her and being unfaithful to her, right? And what the brothers Israel Mills and the brother DJ Witch Doctor both articulated was that they would only check the man, right? They wouldn't say anything to their sister. And what they said was, and Israel Mills said this, he says, listen, I'm gonna check the man, and you know what? I'll even give him another chance if he convinces me that he's turning from his wicked ways, right? And I vehemently disagreed with that. And I said that that was a lack of protection, right? Because I believe in protection in totality, right? So yes, the number one thing is you check the man. Hey, my brother, where my sister at? And who's this woman that you're canoodling with in public right now? Because you're not only disrespecting my sister, but you're disrespecting my parents. You're disrespecting me as her brother. You're disrespecting my entire family by coming out in public, embarrassing her, being unfaithful to her, when she is believing that you guys are in a committed relationship. So yes, the number one thing is you check him. However, in order to protect her in totality, you must inform her of this type of transgression, because she was just a victim of the ultimate betrayal of trust, right? Infidelity in a committed relationship is the ultimate betrayal. And not only is it the ultimate betrayal, but it is also putting her livelihood in danger.
Yo,
Because
let me
if
ask
she's
you a question.
unaware, hold on, let me land it, my brother. If she is unaware of his transgressions and his unfaithfulness and his infidelity, right? She could get STDs. She could be put in compromising positions with another woman now being involved. She can be literally in danger and not be aware of it. That's not protecting her. That's unprotecting her. That's leading her and giving her to the wolves, right? So I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't believe it's masculine. I don't believe it's leadership. I don't believe it's loyalty.
Okay.
And I don't believe that it's love.
Okay, so at the end of the day, this is the thing, right? So the first you make so many different presumptions and assumptions. All right, you can calm down. You make so many different assumptions and presumptions. The first assumption that you make is that she's unaware of what's going on. The second assumption that you make is that she's not okay with what's going on. The third assumption that you make is that he's not doing everything else for your sister, but he's doing that. So there's so many different assumptions and presumptions that's made and that's going on that is ridiculous. There is a way that you can protect your sister without you having to tear up her whole world and make her distraught because of what's going on. And it's amazing that a man that is a military man, a man that claims to be a military leader, does not understand that. Yo, there is so many things that the American public is not aware of, that our government, that our military protects us from, and they keep it from us intentionally so we don't panic, so we don't be in a state of shock, so things don't go awry, so we don't have a mass hysteria and emotional responses. So what they do is they protect us, they handle this conflict, they handle the situation however they seem fit as the leadership, and then we don't even know what's going on until years later, decades later, whatever the case may be, if we ever find out. So it's amazing to me that a soldier would have this type of perspective, because like my man said, you don't complain down, you always complain up. So at the end of the day, you're not going to expose your sister to that trauma, to that drama, or to that situation if you can handle it and if you could take care of it. But this is absolutely insane that you would take the perspective of it's not leadership, that is not masculine, that is not this and that is not that, in the very government that you claim to have worked for, the very institution that you claim to have got your discipline model from, the very institution that you claim to have got your moral and code and standard from, operates exactly like what I said, but you have a different take from it, and you're saying that's not masculine. That's amazing to me. Please
so my
help me
brother,
understand.
to respond, and then I gotta go, right? The first thing is what you did was just a total false equivalency, right? Because the government, right, they don't inform us what's going on, what they're doing to fight for our freedom, but they don't just leave it there. They make sure we are protected. They make sure that no bombs are coming on U.S. soil that can put our lives in danger, as well as not putting us in a state of frantic, right? The
In a state of
overarching
what?
point is this, my brother. The overarching point is this.
You were mistaken.
You're
wrong.
Telling her didn't blow her world up. His
Are you
action,
sure about that?
her significant other's action, is what blew her world up and put her in danger. And you are in furtherance of the danger that she's in by failing to tell her. Because if we play your situation forward, and it's not any assumptions, the hypothetical was clear. The hypothetical was, it was your sister and you were out and you seen her significant other being unfaithful. There was no room for assuming anything, right? It is, what would you do as a brother? That was the question, right? And what I'm saying is, you not informing her of this type of ultimate betrayal, this type of transgression, the danger that this knucklehead is putting her in, you are not protecting her. You are not being loyal to her. And then you are not actually you're not making her situationally aware to the danger that she's presently in. And
You know
that
the
is a
funny thing?
failure of leadership. Hold on, let me
No,
land
that's
it, my brother.
hold on.
I
Hold
didn't
on.
interrupt you. Let me land it
Well,
real quick.
hold on. Okay,
What
but
I'm saying
I
is
want to
this.
be able to
To land
address
it,
you while
to
you're still
land it,
here.
my
If you
brother.
okay,
To land
go
it, my
ahead.
brother. What I'm saying is this.
Mhm.
That is your blood sister. You don't
Mhm.
know that brother. That brother came into your life as an extension of her. And if he
Okay.
disrespected her publicly in such an egregious way, right?
I
It
heard
is
you.
your duty to not only check him, but
Mhm.
also inform her. Because even if you put the fear of God in him, right,
Mhm.
that doesn't mean that he's going to take heed to the fear. We know
Okay.
even if you corner a crazed dog, you don't know how they're going to respond, because they're going to be unpredictable in their ways and manners. And also, we don't know
Yo, you
how
said
many
you were gonna land
times
it.
he's been unfaithful to her. We
Hold on.
just know that we caught him that one time, right?
But
So
this okay.
to land it, I'm going to say this, my brother.
Come on, man.
I
You supposed to have landed
believe
it. Hold on. No,
we
hold
have
on
to
real quick.
do better
Hold
as
on real quick.
leaders,
Hold on real
as
quick.
men,
Hold
to
on real
not
quick
put
because I want to
our
address you
women
while you're still here.
in
Give me
our
1
lives
second.
in danger.
Give me a second. Give me a second
But
because I
peace
want
and
to
love, my
address you.
brother. I gotta go. I gotta
All
go. I
right,
gotta
see,
go.
all right,
Really,
all
I
right,
gotta
see, that's
go.
good.
But
All right,
peace and love, man. It was
peace, peace.
listen. It was a great conversation.
All right. Well, hold on. All right, peace. Yo, so this is the thing, right? The crazy thing is this, right? Leadership absolutely protects people even from their own responses and even from their own selves. A leader is one who is going to make the hard choices, the hard decisions, and they are going to keep the danger and the harm away from their loved ones and away from their people. They would not necessarily tell their people or inform their people of what's going on. There's many times where you have to make moves as a man and you purposely do not tell your girl, purposely do not tell the women and children, so they will not be worried, so they would not be panicking, so they would not be in a state of influx. So this is the crazy thing about it. While you're trying to make a very masculine trait, while you're trying to make a very masculine thing, feminine and trying to make it seem like it's lack of caring. That's the irresponsible, uneducated lie that I'm talking about, and the fact that you pander, right? Facts automatically, Izzy, and preach. It's a fact. Yo, help us reach our goal, man. We got about like 7 minutes. We need 5 people. Thank you very much to Willing to Win. I appreciate you, family. What's up, Izzy? Support for the show. Thank you, Willing to Win. Shout out to my man Trucker. Yeah, thank you, Trucker, for the men speaking on men shit and hashing things out. Thank you, man. Thank you to my man Cajun Darkfire, aka the Audacity Show. I appreciate you. Protect Men from Brownsville. Shout out to Brandon 86. Is how you are explaining to people some Brownsville can have all the excuse in the world when people sit back and listen to him and he's not listening to himself at what words is coming out of his mouth. That's a fact. I already know it, man. But I gotta let people talk. Tato said good shit. Y'all support the show then. Shout out to my man, Narratives Dialogue. Hey man, I had you in mind. I can't remember if I called them Panda Bears first or if you did, but I'm giving you credit. You did the Panda Bear show first, so shout out to you, my man. Narratives Dialogue said the thumbnail caught my attention immediately. Shout out, what up, what up, what up? Appreciate it. Shout out to you, yo, Uncle Streaming. What's going on, Uncle Streaming? Life is full of double standards. It sure is. Shout out to my brother Kasim in the building. I read it once. What's up, JG? In the booth said because he think it's okay to tell people what they need to do or to stop doing. That's a fact. Hey, sometimes the most loving thing we could do for someone is to tell them no. But sometimes, that's true, Kasim, sometimes. But sometimes the most loving, protective thing you could do is to not tell them shit and to take care of it for them. There's that too, right? It's just a matter of how you as a man choose to move. But both ways, there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? Chanel, what say you? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Mr. Izzy.
Hey.
So I have a lot to say, but I'm gonna try to keep it short and sweet. I don't really understand why some people object and get upset so strenuously object about anyone advising them that, you know, there's perhaps a better way to do something. You know, like there's a better way to speak to someone. There's a better way to show that you love someone. There's a better way to communicate with someone. I just don't understand the closed-mindedness that people have with regard to somebody telling you, man, you know, maybe you don't do it this way. Maybe you've never done it this way, but just take in consideration, it could be better. Why not try? Why attack them? So I don't know why y'all do that, but it's
wait. Hold on real quick. Let me understand what I need you to be specific about what you're saying, because I really don't understand from what standpoint you're saying it. Because if you're inferring that the position is me have the closed mind, I would argue that that's what I'm fighting against. I'm fighting against because they don't offer solutions or offer a different or a better perspective. What they offer is a bunch of ad hominem attacks. What they offer is a bunch of blanketed statements, and what they offer is a bunch of misdirection and misinformation. So that's the problem. So again, like I was saying before, they'll make a statement like, because I said what I said, and say, oh, Izzy is a lover of men. See, these lover of men, that's not offering. So if you're speaking for the affirmative from them, that's not them offering a solution or a better way of doing anything. That's them leading out with ad hominem attacks and trying to paint a narrative and paint a person in a light that they're not in. That's that. If you're speaking about me, that would be the reason why.
I mean, I'm not speaking about you in particular. I'm not speaking about anybody in particular today. I'm just saying that I've noticed over the few months where I do tune in to certain types of panels, I would say, or certain types of channels. If someone has a difference of opinion or is trying to show you, hey, this is maybe a better way or maybe possibly a different way of thinking, they get attacked like relentlessly. It's like they're attacked. And I'm just kind of like, well, just hear the person out. I'm not saying you need to change. I'm not trying to drag you over to the light or none of that, but it's okay to say, you know what, maybe I don't know everything. Maybe I thought that I knew everything about relationships. Maybe I thought I knew everything about men. Maybe I thought I knew everything about raising children. Maybe I thought I knew everything about women, whatever, fill in the blank. Maybe you did, or maybe you do. But even if you do, there's nothing wrong with saying, you know what, let me just hear them out. I feel like it seems like people feel attacked because someone is saying something that they don't agree with, and therefore they re-attack. That's what it feels like to me.
But this is what I'm saying. So if I would be more aligned on your side of the argument in general, because that's how I operate. I operate with letting part of what Brownsville's problem is that I let people speak, that I let people say their opinion, even if I don't agree with them, that I let people get it out and let people. But what people on the internet do is, if Trucker was to come up here and speak Trucker's opinion, and I allow Trucker to speak his opinion, they'll attribute it to me and say, yo, Izzy is like this, or Izzy is like that because he lets men speak their opinion. Or if I allow you to come up and speak, they'll say Izzy is a white knight because he lets these women just say whatever they want. So this is the problem. Most people don't operate like me, which is, I don't mind people speaking their opinion, saying what they have to say. I have nothing against it. I actually enjoy it. What I don't like is the implications that people try to make and the blanketed statements that they try to make because you have a difference of opinion. So this is the thing. They don't know how to just agree to disagree, or to listen, or to learn. They know how to throw ad hominem attacks and attack people, or try to attack your character, or attack your intelligence, or try to attack your manhood or your integrity. And then that's the pushback that they would get from a person like me. Even yourself, with some of the passive aggressive slick comments that you make from time to time, and some of the assertions that maybe the uninitiated are not hearing, but I hear exactly what you're saying, and I hear the implications that you're trying to make, and I hear the inferences that you're using. And even though you might say it in a sweet way, or you may call me Mr. Izzy, or whatever the case may be, make no mistake about it, I hear exactly what you're saying. And so therefore I would meet the energy that you come with. I meet it back, and then it's too much, right? Like the other day when you clearly said first, oh, maybe I didn't realize, maybe you're insecure. I didn't realize maybe this, or maybe that, or maybe you have a problem with relationships, or maybe you don't know how to commit. And so therefore I heard all the things that you said. I was listening clearly, and I remember them. And I was not going to allow that to slide. So I pointed out some of the flaws that I see in you as well. But then you got mad and you got upset, but I didn't attack you first, and I didn't come at you first. But I'm as smart as all of y'all, maybe a little bit smarter, to be honest, but I don't try to brag on it. It just is what it is. I'm very sharp, and I'm very adroit, and I'm very perceptive. And so most of the time I just let people rock. It doesn't hurt me to let you rock. But if you're going to try to come up on my show and trying to one up me and try to disrespect me by trying to call me out, then I gotta get my get back. That's all that is.
Well, if you felt that I was being that way, I apologize. It's not my intent. I know I can have a slick mouth, but we all do. And I know for sure I didn't have any ill intent whenever I was like, maybe you're insecure. I swear to God, I didn't. I literally was driving wherever the hell I was going, and that populated in my head as like, oh, maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know you from a can of paint, so I can't say whether or not you're insecure or not. I honestly don't care. You know what I'm saying? You seem to be happy in your role. You seem to be happy in your life. You seem to be accomplished. So I don't really care. I wasn't mad at you, so I could just be very clear. I wasn't mad at you. I
You, but
did feel a way about when
hold
you
on,
were like,
Chanel.
you're
Let
just...
me ask you this.
Mhm.
Then why get triggered if I said, well, you seem like you're delusional? If you say to me,
because that's
if
a
you,
whole
no,
I
hold
told
on.
you that day why.
Time out.
Don't do that.
Wait, no, time out. If you say, maybe you're insecure, and then you follow it, well, maybe you don't really, do you really like women? I don't know. Do you think that you really like women? And then you say, do you think you have a problem with commitment? And then you go down that line, right? And I'm listening to you, and then I come back with, yo, you know what? Maybe do you think you're delusional? I think you're delusional.
Okay.
But what I said has so much
go.
more weight. Hold on real quick. What I said has so much more weight. What I said was so much more of an attack. What I said was so much more egregious than you making those assertions about me. And you see what I'm saying? And I didn't do it first.
I'll say
it was
this.
a response.
I'll say this. Yeah, you have a right to respond, however you choose to respond. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong about this, but I don't think you think that I'm a delusional individual. Maybe you do. I think, and I said that day, I know what delusion means, and I can promise you I'm not delusional. Where I made a mistake, and I can say it was a mistake, is saying whatever I thought out loud. I shouldn't have said those things probably out loud to you. But it wasn't like I think this man is insecure. I think this man is whatever. It was just literally things that were populating in my head. I'm like, oh shit. And I probably shouldn't, I should have just kept it to myself, honestly. But I do think we have a difference of opinion about women and what you think men's role is and what I think men or women's roles is. And it's, it's your opinion. That's all it is. That's how I take it. I don't really care. But no, I wasn't mad. I wasn't offended. I did feel kind of way. I was just like, what he mean? Because you know why? It's because maybe it's because it was just kind of like, I didn't think you would say something like that, but I was wrong, and that's okay. So anyway,
see, that's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I
Like,
didn't.
I think
I'm
people,
learning.
no,
I'm
I
learning.
think people, hold on. Let me tell you, I think people let the smooth taste fool them.
Oh,
Yo,
Jesus Christ.
listen, I'm serious. Like, yo, I have just as a slick mouth as everybody else, and I'm very intuitive and I'm very perceptive and I'm very into. I listen to people. I really listen to what people are saying, and I got perfect recall, so I could tell you exactly what you said and how you said it, and then I could tell you how I interpreted it. I can't tell you what you meant by what you said, but I could tell you what you said and in the way that you said it. And so, therefore, if I take offense to it, or if I feel like you're trying to attack me or you're trying to attack my character or my integrity, like some of the things that Brownsville set up here with his inferences and implications, I'm not gonna let it ride. I'm not gonna let it rock. I'm gonna go immediately back at you, and that's just how I'm built, and that's just how I am.
I get it. You were having an immediate response to whatever you felt was an attack, and I can promise you I wasn't attacking you. That being said, you've said multiple times little things about me, and I just be like, he really trying it. And I have not ever said one word. Like, for example, you'll say things like, and it's super incendiary, but you'll say things like, and I'm paraphrasing, you say you got all this education and you got all these degrees, as if saying those types of things is bad. But at any rate, that's what the people that generally speaking in the YouTube, is what I'll say. That's what they'll try to use to attack me. They'll be like, well, I thought you were so smart, and I thought you was this, and that. Okay, you could think whatever, but any of those things, you could be a very highly accomplished person. That doesn't mean that you're not an idiot. It doesn't mean that you're fair. It doesn't mean that you're a decent human being. It doesn't mean any of those things. It doesn't mean you have honor or integrity or any of those things. But you've said that about me, I don't even know, at least 5 or 6 times. And I'm like, why would he say that? No, why gotta be a time out?
Well, let me tell you why, because I could clearly answer you. It's in response to what you're saying in the chat to whatever I'm saying on the panel, or my perception that you're talking to me.
You think that, and I'm not.
Hold on real quick. So hold on real quick. I just said.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But a lot of what you say in the chat is correlated to something that I said on the panel. And so therefore, what you're getting from me is you're getting the response to whatever I'm seeing that you're saying in the chat. It's really that simple. So I'm not a person that starts trouble with anybody. I'm not a person that just talks about people. That's not my thing at all. At the same time, I am definitely a person that is not going to allow people to treat me or talk to me or come at me any type of way. That's it.
I think that the other day when I was in the chat, it seemed like everything that I said in the chat you took personally. Like I was saying, Mr. Izzy, and I'm like, if I was saying it to you, I would say at Mr. Izzy, or I would say something directly. I'm just responding to the chat. I'm responding to some of the people that's on your panel. I'm responding to some of the things you're saying, but it's not like directed at you. But it felt like you was, because you're just like, you so strong, and I'm like, wow, he thinks. And then I even said, I'm not talking to you, and you still kept thinking that I was talking to you. So
yeah, because it was like, but if you could be honest and objective enough to say, yo, if you're responding to something that I said or something that was said on the panel and that I'm talking about, and then it's in opposition, and it's like kind of like something way off to the left, you could see how I might be like, damn, like what are you talking about? Like, what you got going on? Like, come on, I thought you were smart. Like, come on, man. What do you mean?
I understand the slick talk. I'm not a fun, like I said, I always say I'm not a fawn in the woods. I'm not an idiot, just like you're not. And right. I see what you do and say, and it's all good. I just didn't know. Now I know. Like I didn't know the what do they call it? Like your opposition or your the person you're fighting. And I'm not saying I'm fighting you, but I'm saying I was.
Oh yeah, but then yeah, you. Yeah,
no, I'm aware.
My level of petty is on 9,000. Just for the record, I'm petty. I'm not passive aggressive like you accused me of several times. I'm aggressive. Hold on. Hold on real quick. I don't have a passive aggressive bone in my body, and that's the reason why I come to people direct and I directly attack them when I feel like I'm being attacked. So that's the difference. I'm not a person that's gonna start anything, but if I feel like you're coming at me, I'm gonna come directly at you, straightforward. You're not gonna have
but
guess.
And there's nothing wrong.
Hold on, you're not gonna have to guess. I'm not gonna do any subliminals. I'm gonna throw the shot directly at you. So that's not passive aggressive. I'm aggressive. Just for the record.
You always say that,
and I'm petty, and that's a fact.
Agree.
I'm not passive. There's nothing. Most people that know me, especially people here, would tell you there's nothing passive aggressive about me.
Okay,
I'm petty, but
that's
I'm not
their
passive
opinion. I'm saying my observation. I do think that let me say it like this. I don't confuse being direct and being, with like being aggressive. I do think that you're very direct, but I do think there are things that you say that are passive aggressive, but that's just my opinion.
Give me an example, just out of curiosity.
I felt that it was very passive aggressive. Because you didn't say my name, and this wasn't even the last time I was on here. I think it was 2 or 3 shows ago, where you were saying something, and then all of a sudden you were just like, this person, she thinks she got all this intelligence, and you talking about my degrees and all that again, and I just can't possibly believe. And I was just like, it's fine, because you're not the first person to do that. Because let me be very clear, at least in these internet streets, because people can't attack me in any other category. They try to say, okay, well, or minimize. Oh, well, if she's really that intelligent, then why would she make this remark? No, it doesn't have anything to do with the measure of my intelligence. It has everything to do with you just disagree. So just say that. Don't lump everything else in. Like y'all don't have nothing else to say, so y'all do that, and it's okay.
No, hold on, now, y'all. No, I'm an individual, so let's talk about Izzy. So when
you do that, Mr. Gizzy.
Time out. When I did that, I have done that before. But when I did that, didn't I have your comment highlighted when I did it? I might not.
Even if you did, it's not.
That's not. Hold on. So real quick, that is not passive aggressive. If I have your comment up there and I'm saying this woman, la 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 la, that's not passive aggressive. I'm clearly talking about you. And you knew I was talking about you, and everybody
else. That's not the passive aggressive part that I'm talking about. I do think you do that sometimes, but I'm saying, because you take it as if I'm saying something directly to you or about you. But I do think sometimes you passive aggressively, the passive aggressiveness that I'm talking about is like, well, I thought you were intelligent. Like, you didn't say that, but that's the inference. Like, I thought you were intelligent, but you can't be as intelligent or as smart as I think you are because of this and that. That's passive aggressive.
How is that passive aggressive when I'm literally?
It's passive aggressive because you're trying to say that clearly this person isn't smart. Clearly this person isn't intelligent, and using the fact that I've said I'm very educated.
So what's
to prove your point?
About that? That's weird. That's aggressive.
Passive aggressive. It is.
All right.
Just say, to me, what would be aggressive and I don't want you to say this to me because I wouldn't like it, but what you could just say is, I don't think you're very intelligent. I don't think you're very smart. That's direct. And if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But to be like, well, I thought she was smart. She says she has all of this, that, and the third education. That's passive aggressive. Just say, I don't think you're very smart. And then I can respect it. Huh?
What?
Anyway, let's move on. I want to talk about the other thing that Mr.
All right, we got. I'm gonna give you up to.
I gotta be on a time limit. I've been up here 4 times and I never got to talk.
Time out, Chanel. Hold on. I'm telling you. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm being direct. I'm telling you. I'm gonna give you 17 minutes of my time because I gotta go. But go ahead.
Always gotta go as soon as I come.
I do because nobody contributed to the show. Maybe how about this? I need how about you contribute? I need 6 more people. If you
husband already told me I've met my contribution level.
Okay, well, go ahead. You guys.
Because I have a whole bunch of people that I go to their show. But anyway, Mr. Brownsville, I love him, and it ain't changing over here. I do think that a lot of the stuff that he says, even though I don't necessarily disagree with it, I do think it's ideal, right? So it's like, it's ideal to, want all men or Black men to be a certain way. But the reality is, everybody isn't growing up in the same household, under the same circumstances. They don't have the same opportunities. They don't have the same examples in life, so on and so forth. So I do think it's a level of unfairness to say they should all be a certain way, because everybody isn't going to be a certain way. And not only that, I believe this wholeheartedly. God made me an individual. Why would I be a copy? However, I do agree with him wholeheartedly. Anytime he's talking about being respectable, being compassionate, being empathetic, being accountable, being loving, intelligent, like all of those things, I don't understand why it seems like a lot of people have a whole lot of pushback to that. I'm like, if you're going to push back on the man, then push back on, I'm not you, you do you, and I'm going to do me. But pushing back on him saying this is probably a good way to handle things and being respectful, that part I will never understand. Because to me, that just says that you have a problem with being those things. And if you're a good, decent human being, why would you ever have a problem with being respectful, being loving, being compassionate, being empathetic? That's
hold on
part.
real quick. Let me answer. Hold on real quick, because you just said a mouthful. I got you. Let me answer real quick. Shout out to, no, it's not Bishop JJ, man. She has a whole husband that's disrespectful. Shout out to her husband. Respect to her husband. And I'm not him, and I'm not her man. That would never work.
At all.
Shout out to the cynical one. And that's not passive aggressive. Like, she's a very strong, ambitious, and her husband is perfect for her. Like, I'm not. I could not. Yo, I could not. Not at all. I would not dare, brother. This is the brother. Shout out to Storytime Podcast with shout out to Chris. Shout out to the sister. Shout out to her. Storytime Podcast with Crystal. Shout out to you, sister. Yo, but this is the thing. The problem with Brownsville, real fast, is, again, it's not necessarily some of the things that he says. It's the fact that he tries to mislabel people, and he tries to throw people under the bus while pedestalizing himself and his ideology, and saying because you don't agree with him, or if you have any disagreement to anything he's saying, then you have to be this or you have to be that. That's the issue.
Okay.
That's it.
The other thing I wanted to say, you guys were having this conversation towards the end regarding cheating. And I think, if I remember correctly, he was saying that the right thing to do, the honorable thing to do, and I'm paraphrasing, would be to tell, your sister that this man is cheating on her. Mm-hmm. And we had a conversation the other night on Mr. Witch Doctor's channel. Shout out to Mr. Witch Doctor. I love him.
Yeah, shout
because
out to
he's fair. Anyways,
yeah, I'm fair. You said you
passive aggressive. That was me.
Love. I'm fair. What the hell? You come over here because you got love for brother.
No, you have fairness to a certain degree.
I am fair. I'm one of the most fair people.
Fair.
I'm not biased. I don't.
Oh, did you just say that? Okay, I'm gonna let you have it. But anyway, I do disagree. Oh, that's what I was saying. We were having that on like Girls Night Wednesday on Mr. Witch Doctor's channel. And I posed that question. I'm like, would you want your friend, somebody close to you, someone you trust and love, to tell you? So your mama, your sister, your bestie, whomever, right?
No, I know.
Huh?
Most women don't. Most women said no. They don't want nobody telling them.
Yeah, they don't. And the reason that I listen, I'm of two minds. I do understand that I call them well-meaning morons. You mean well. You're doing this for a righteous, virtuous reason. But I do think that when people think, oh no, you should tell them you're standing up for them, you letting them know you don't want them to get played, you don't want X, Y, and Z. That comes from a very virtuous standpoint and a loving, respectful standpoint.
You just call it what it is, a very naive, green, fake ass perspective. Just keep it real.
Who?
I'm talking about Brownsville. That's a very naive, green, fake ass perspective. Because listen, if you know women, listen.
It's not. That's not fair.
The truth is, if you know women and you know the nature of women, you know it's much more harmful and much more detrimental and much more confrontational to tell the woman that the man that she loves and is married to and is in a relationship with, you see him cut. And then this nigga Sharon told me he would tell his sister the details of what he's seen his man doing with this next woman. Are you crazy? Y'all don't know women at all, bro. Y'all are wild. Y'all don't know women at all, bro. If you believe that, that's wild.
I don't think either position is wrong. I don't. I think the intention of the person I'm telling you about that wants to tell their sister, their auntie, their mama, whomever this was happening to, I think their intention is good. The problem with the scenario is kind of some of the stuff you said earlier, which is, how do you know she doesn't already know? And I believe, and I don't have any facts associated with this, but I do believe people, when they're in a bad relationship, they already know that. If you looking through your boyfriend's phone, you looking for something. There's a reason. There's something in your mind, that's making you want to do this. That's just how I personally feel. I'm not talking about you was on his phone one day and some message popped up, then you went looking. That's different. But if you got to go through the man's phone, through your woman's phone, you already feel some type of way. So the reason that there's two reasons I don't think you should necessarily tell, unless you have this conversation. One, hey, if this was to happen, would you want me to say something? If they tell you yes, go right ahead. But just understand that you could still get shot with a bullet and never be in their life again because you did what they asked you to do. Because there is a level of humiliation, I think, on some level for people.
Yep.
Specifically when they're in long-term relationships like a marriage and they have kids, it's like, you want me to throw this away, and then the details, listen, will eat you from the inside out. That's just how I believe. I wholeheartedly believe that.
And they will, and listen, a lot of women will project, and part of it, what you're saying, and I say, is a lot of women will project that pain and that anger and that embarrassment and that, you know what I'm saying, the shame that they feel by that, they'll project it on the person that told them, no matter who it is. And that feeling could be a long-lasting feeling.
I do think that that's partially true. I think the women that probably already have a high level of insecurity would do that. Or if you are not in a relationship and you find this out and then you tell her, then you certainly must be jealous of her situation or whatever.
Course.
And I'm, like I said, I don't have no proof of this, but this is just my personal opinion of how people might respond. But I'm looking at it on a more deeper level. I really couldn't care if somebody thought, oh, well, she told me because she's jealous or she want what I have. I really couldn't care about none of that. I care about, like, if I tell you this, the emotional strain that you're going to be under for maybe the next 6 years, maybe the next 10 years, or the remainder of your life, of that level of humiliation. So when you thinking about going and telling somebody about their husband or their wife cheating, just consider that it could have a whole bunch of really bad outcomes that you're not necessarily expecting that's going to happen. And one of them could be, they don't want to talk to your ass no more. So just, and that could be your mama, your daddy, your cousin, your bestie.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But see, but this is the thing. So he didn't attack that point and give points. He said, well, I was so disappointed.
Why are you changing your voice?
I was so disappointed in Izzy Beans and DJ Wisdoctor. They say they are not Manosphere, Red Pill, or Incel. Incel, they say that they're not. They say that they're not Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere men, but they are definitely Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere men adjacent. So what I would just say, they are LOM, lovers of men. Like, what the freak? How do you get to? I'm a lover of man because I see this.
What does that statement mean?
Hold on. Think about it. A lover. Yo, think about the implications. First of all, they call men rim brothers. We know what the rim is. We know what rim is.
Rim?
You don't know what a rim job is?
On your car? You talking about your
tires? You don't know what a rim job is?
No, I don't know.
Come and get your rim jobs. Come and get your rim.
You mean like a blowjob? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, rim. Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that it was called the rim. I thought it was called a penis. I'm confused.
No, but it's.
I'm sorry. Carry on. I don't know. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Okay. But yeah, so that's already a sexual. It's a play on words, right?
Damn, he's saying y'all all like men's penises and sucking out men's penises.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see why you be offended.
Yeah, and then to go to lovers of men, yo, they have very, and that's why I did the whole thing that I did. They have very suspect sexual undertones to the things that they're saying about men, and they trying to say that we're gay. Yes, this is the thing that these are implications. That's why if you listen to Sharon, a lot of things Sharon says is man on man, and that's the reason why I attack them in that way. Yes, think about it. Yes. You gotta listen. That's what I'm saying. That's
I don't watch everybody's show every day.
Okay,
like that,
I got you, but that's why brothers be pissed off a lot of times, because again, they don't be attacking the talking points. They don't be like coming at it from a standpoint of an intellectual standard. They come at it with a bunch of ad hominem attacks and trying to attack our masculinity as if they're men and the epitome of masculinity, and we are not. And we're looking at them like, nigga, you are barely masculine. What are you talking about? That's the problem.
I think Mr. Brownsville is masculine. You don't think he's masculine? Okay. No, listen, I stand corrected. I certainly thought that, and because I don't know, I don't claim to know these people like that, but I always, whenever I would hear him talk, I never heard anything unreasonable. It was just kind of like stand up for women, treat them like queens, be
No,
respectful. So I've
so no
never
good,
heard him.
so no good suckers. These no good suckers. These red pill incel men. What if you don't identify as a red pill incel or manosphere man? What if you never claim none of that?
Then he's not talking to you. Is my guess.
No, he is though, because they named me Israel Mills from the beginning. That's where the shit started from.
Okay, Mr. Izzy.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, and this is what I'm saying. It's like people, and this is what I'm trying to explain. People could throw all kinds of shots. People could do all kinds of things to you, but then when you respond back, then you're the bad guy. Then you're the one that's unhinged, and you're the one that's this, and you're the one that's that, and you're the one that's a terrible person. But no, you are trying to put me in a category, in a classification that I did not put myself in, nor do I claim, nor do I exalt. Right? I don't have anything against anybody that's red pill. If you want to be red pill, God bless you. I don't have anybody against anybody that's an incel. If that's what you are, that's what you are. I don't have anything against anybody that's manosphere. If that's what you are, that's what you are. I'm not going to talk about you or talk bad about you because of whatever your philosophy is. But don't try to put something on me that I don't claim myself. That's what I'm saying. And damn sure don't put me in a femininity homo erotic. You don't hear them all the time. These men be having homoerotic tendencies. These men have homoerotic thoughts. It's like, what? You're the one that said a man was sexy on live with no shirt on, not me.
Oh shit.
Oh, you didn't see that?
No.
Oh my God. Hold on.
Mr. Izzy, despite what you think, I know I come over here to your show every day. I'm not on the internet all day. Okay. So no,
cool.
and I don't see everything.
I got you. It's cool.
Damn. There's nothing. I mean, well, maybe there is.
So they want to use these one-off examples about pretty privilege, and I also want to welcome to somebody that got handsome privilege. Ooh, sexy. Clearly, he's enjoying this fun.
Wow.
And that's not all. Wow. We have plenty more. That's not all. But he's always talking about we are homoerotic. We are this. We are lovers of men. We're Rim brothers. We love the men. What was the other?
So let me ask you straight up.
Hold on, real quick. What was that other such shit that he used to say, y'all, about men? He used to say some extra such shit about men, that men wanted to be on top of men or with men, or some crazy shit he used to say. But go ahead. What do you want to ask me?
Do you straight up? Because I know to me, it seems like a lot of people on the internet, I've heard them say, things that or allude to, we think that Mr. Sharon is gay or something like that. Is that what you feel?
I mean, it's not even like.
Or do you think he's a real man and he, just maybe talks a certain way?
I don't know. I think my man Mayor 963 said that nigga undercover gay and is busted out. That's what Mayor 963 said. I ain't said it. I don't know. I told y'all niggas, Shimon, hey, listen. Hey, y'all support the show. We got, I'm about to dip out in 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. What's your last words? I appreciate you, Chanel.
Oh, you're welcome. I just think y'all need to give Mr. Brownsville a chance. But no, I don't know it all, and I'm glad you kind of enlightened me, even though I don't necessarily believe everything you're saying. But I don't have anything to Listen, Linda. I don't have anything to disprove what you're saying, so I just take everybody at face value. So if that's what you think about them, then it is what it is.
I just showed you, and
you did, but you showed me him saying that another man has pretty privilege. That's not necessarily. I think it's odd. I do. I'm not gonna say that I don't agree with that, but I don't know the totality of that man, so I can't really say, or whatever. And so what? Even if he did even if that's what he likes, so what?
But so what about him always trying to put us men in a very compromising position? What about that?
I mean, I think y'all all fight unfair if I'm being completely honest.
Goodbye.
Y'all do.
I appreciate you coming through.
Y'all do fight unfair. But
Thank you
anyway,
very
bye,
much.
Mr. Easy. Y'all have a good one.
You have a great day. Have a wonderful Saturday.
Bye-bye.
Yo, I appreciate everybody come through, kicking it with us. Thank y'all so much. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all was here with me, and it meant the world to me. Yo, that's definitely dope show. Shout out to Brownsville. Shout out to Chanel's Reality. Shout out to my brother God and Lantern that came through. Dope. Yo, Emperor Coach at 3 the Great said my last words. Thank you, Izzy. And others in the chat for the kind words and support. Always, brother. You already know. Thank you, man. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Additionally, my last words is big F you to Shitspiel for trying to dog me, for dragging me down today, but it didn't happen. You are evil and your hands are too short to box with God. What's up, Big Giz? Say great show. Thank you, Big Giz. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to that. Living Humbly said, is fair. He just respects masculinity and the rules some people, and it rubs some people the wrong way. That's a fact. What's up, my Brownsville brother in real life? What's up, Brownsville? The real Brownsville. Shannon Duncan said Clownsville. Facts. Shout out to Ibrico 3 the Great. Exactly. Izzy, look at how he tried to show me, you, and others up under the bus. Yeah, he tried to throw us up under the bus today. If Izzy thinks you're dumb, he gonna come out and say it. He ain't gonna pussyfoot around. That's why I F with him. No doubt about it. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Mayor 963. Say great show. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Y'all can always support the show. We can use it. Yeah, I read that. Shout out to Storytime with Crystal. Shout out. Good evening. I was with Jay last few hours. Such a blessing to see you. Would love to chat and have you as a guest on my Storytime. Keep it okay. Shout out to Jay Lewis giving us a shout out. Shout out to Jay Lewis. Had her friend with her. We're gonna have to check out Storytime podcast with Shout with Crystal. All right, shout out to you, Miss Crystal. Shout out to Jay Lewis giving us recommendation. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend about us. That's not a sneak diss. He had your comments highlighted. It's not. And he said, yeah, Easy level of petty is slightly below mine, very slightly. And I'm the prince of petty. Yeah, I ain't above being petty. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, narratives? I'm not above it. I'm working on it. God is still working on me. Shout out to Kills. Hey, Chanel, Drip told you be doing too much in the chat and the host, but you're still doing it. She's okay. Y'all know me. I don't care about it. Y'all know me. I don't care about none of that stuff. Walk it down is, I had him in the scope. I had that brother in the scope. He wasn't going nowhere. He tried it. He won't go nowhere. Yes, y'all do it, and we know it. They do it all the time, bro. Yo, thank you to Trucker Yell. Thank you to my man Romello 747 Bandcard sponsor the show. Thank you to Will and Win. Thank you something to think about with Jay Nix. What's up, JG in the booth? Said I was just about to say that I could do what I want as a kid. I could do what I want as a kid. You can't do what I do. That's a fact, man. Come on, he know what it is. Thank you, Daily Rundown with Darryl. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to y'all. Free Zone Lou was in the building. What's up, Free Zone? What's going on, brother? Thank you to America's First Rifle, AFR. Thank you, bro. Thank you to Mr. Sean. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you to Trucker Yell again, Romello 747, Bishop J. Jermaine, God and Lantern, thank you, and TV Trucker, thank you. Thank you to everybody that supported the show. I really, really appreciate you. Shout out to Jay Lewis, recommended content creators and people to our chat. Appreciate that, Jay. Listen, y'all make sure y'all share our videos. Tell a friend about us. Some of y'all favorite content creators are on right now. I think it's like everybody's on. So, hey, y'all know what to do. Tell them I sent you there. I think Sharon is on right now. I think Darryl was on right now. I think, thank you, Brownsville. Appreciate it. Never ran, never will is the motto. Never ran, never will is the motto. Great convo. Thank you for the $4.99. He said hashtag never ran, never will. And that's the motto. Brownsville, we from Brownsville. We never ran and we never will. We out of here. That's a great place to leave out on. Appreciate y'all. Check out your favorite content creators. They live now. Sharon, the Wildest Wake Up Show is live now. Darryl is live now. Who else is live? Let me make sure I give people shout outs so y'all can go over there and check them people out. Darryl's live. The Daily Rundown is live. The Lockhart Perspective. We love her. She's live. The Wildest Wake Up Show is live. All right. The Lockhart Perspective is live. Sharon is live. The Wildest Wake Up Show is live. Nightish is live. Looks like Nightish is live. So I think Nightish and the Lockhart Perspective are shout out to her. I think they are doing a simulcast, maybe. So shout out to Lockhart Perspective. That's dope. Or either she's on Nightish, I don't know, but simulcasting. But check them out, man. Check them out. They dope too. All right. Okay, after party at Good Eats too. Good 907 Good Eats is live too. So check her out. Tell her I said what's up. I'm gonna holler at y'all later. I gotta make a run, man. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Peace.